Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.
The next item of business is consideration of a motion of condolence in the name of Humza Yousaf in tribute to Winnie Ewing, an inspiring and hugely influential politician, an MSP, an MP and an MEP, and, of course, the first person to chair the reconvened Scottish Parliament in 1999. And the flags outside the Parliament today are lowered as a mark of respect. And I call on the First Minister to speak to and move motion 10350.
Presiding Officer, it is with great sadness that I move this motion of condolence in my name in paying tribute to Winnie Ewing. I cannot pretend that my speech today, or indeed I suspect any of the speeches today, will do full justice to such a remarkable and unique life. Born in 1929 in a Scotland and indeed in a world that is very, very different to our own, Winifred Margaret Ewing was brought up in Glasgow. She became active in politics while studying law at Glasgow University, joining the Student Nationalist Association, something a few of us are familiar with. It was there she met one Ian Hamilton, and he asked her whether she would like to be part of an infamous trip down to Westminster Abbey to repatriate the Stone of Destiny. The only thing that prevented Winnie Ewing from making that journey was that she did not have a driver's licence, and Ian Hamilton needed a driver. In a life of a trailblazer who achieved so much, it may be fair to say that was the only stone that she left unturned. Even at this point in Winnie's life, she was clearly destined to be a trailblazer. For a woman, a high-profile career in law was something of a rarity in those less equal days, and a career in politics, forget about it. Unheard of for a woman, particularly a woman of nationalist persuasion. During the 1950s and 1960s, Winnie's legal career began to flourish, and at this time she met her beloved husband Stuart, and they would go on to have 3 children. Winnie was studying for the English bar when a by-election was declared in the constituency of Hamilton. And, Presiding Officer, as we all know only too well, by-elections are only really remembered and only have a national impact when the result is an upset, and that would be something of an understatement when it came to Winnie Ewing's incredible victory in 1967. It was not to overstate it, but it was seismic. Professor James Mitchell best summed up its profound significance when he wrote, and I quote, "After Hamilton, politics in Scotland would be viewed through a Scottish lens by all parties seeking support north of the border. Although she failed to hold on to her Hamilton seat in 1970, Winnie was again elected in 1974 to serve the people of Moray, and shortly afterwards began her long career as a member of the European Parliament. She secured some spectacular successes for the Highland communities that she represented. She helped secure Objective 1 assistance for the whole of the Highlands and Islands in 1989, which opened up major resources for infrastructure and employment projects. Presiding Officer, Winnie was clearly motivated by her desire for Scottish independence, but she was also involved in major international issues of the day. Her infamous declaration, "Stop the world, Scotland wants to get on," has been quoted countless times. But what is often forgotten is the context in which she said it. At a time where Scotland had no national parliament, had little international personality, Winnie worked tirelessly to foster understanding of Scotland and goodwill for our nation as a friend of a range of prominent European and indeed international figures. Those international figures included the likes of Jacques Chirac, Golda Meir, as well as politicians from across the island of Ireland, including David Hume, Paisley, Eamon de Valera, whose funeral she attended by hiring a small plane at her own expense. As an MEP, she was also elected as a parliamentary delegate to the Lomé Convention, a trade and aid agreement between European, African, Caribbean and Pacific nations. This opened the door to Winnie working on a variety of international issues of importance, and memorably, she succeeded in bringing the Lomé Assembly to meet in Inverness. There's also fair to say that Winnie was known for her compassion and tirelessly fighting for those that did not have a voice. Winnie was a champion of the Jewish dissidents in the Soviet Union. One prisoner in particular was Wolf Zalmanson, whose case she publicised and campaigned for relentlessly until he was finally released to Israel. And, Presiding Officer, Winnie devoted much of her career for speaking out for those who could not speak for themselves. Above all, she sought to build a Scotland that looked outwards, making a positive contribution to the world around us, and by doing so, enriching ourselves. She knew that a key part of this would be to mobilise Scotland's young people. And in her maiden speech as an MP in 1967, Winnie had spoken in favour of reducing the voting age to 18. And years later, as an MEP, she deserves enormous credit as an architect of the EU's Erasmus Student Exchange Programme, a programme I, of course, hope Scotland will in time be able to rejoin. Presiding Officer, even after all of this, Winnie wasn't finished. In 1999, she was elected to the first Scottish Parliament, and as the oldest member, it fell to her to open the first session. We can only imagine the emotions that she felt as she paid tribute to colleagues and friends from across political parties who had campaigned for decades to see this very place become a reality. But Winnie's message on that hopeful day was very much one for the future. If the 1707 Parliament's demise had been the end of an old sang, Winnie said that the creation of this place allowed us to write a new one. She urged us to sing in harmony and to do so with fortissimo. Presiding Officer, down the years, there's certainly been a lot of fortissimo in this building, sometimes even a fair amount of disharmony. But we should never allow ourselves to forget there's also been a lot of harmony. Across political divides, this chamber has been able to fulfil Winnie's wish by working together, and fair to say, as a parliament, I think we have achieved a lot for the people we represent over the years. This parliament has also helped Scotland build new friends and partners the world over. The SNP would not, categorically not be where we are today without the contribution of Winnie. With her passing, my party mourns the loss of a giant of our movement, both in terms of contribution and sheer force of personality. But equally, Scotland as a whole has lost a relentless champion and a true pioneer. So to Fergus, to Annabel, to Terry, to all of the Ewing family, we offer our condolences. But we hope your grief is tempered by an enormous pride for your wonderful mother and a wonderful grandmother, for a life that was well lived and lived ultimately in the service of others. And on behalf of the whole Chamber, I say thank you, Madame Bécosse.
Thank you. I now call on Murdo Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There are not many politicians who, whilst never achieving senior office in government, nevertheless become household names. But Winnie Ewing certainly falls into that category. The First Minister referenced Winnie Ewing's interest and appeal to young people. I can well remember being at school in Inverness in the 1970s, when Winnie Ewing was already a household name at that point, and at that time was the MP for Murray and Nairn. In my primary school, everyone wore on their blazers little yellow badges in her tribute, bearing the legend, "It's Scotland's oil." It might amuse the Chamber to know that even my own blazer might have borne such a badge. Although, to the relief of my colleagues behind me, I should say my political views have matured since that particular point. But even back then, Winnie Ewing was well known as an energetic campaigner and someone who fought hard for her constituents. She lost her seat in Westminster in 1979 to the Conservative candidate, but bounced straight back in, fighting the European Parliament election as a candidate for the then Highlands and Islands constituency just a few weeks later, in due course beating the well-known Liberal Russell Johnson, who had been MP for Inverness. And I can well remember the pictures of Winnie Ewing, who was attending the Cabinet Cup final, which, if I recall correctly, was being played at the Buck Park in Inverness. Now, Winnie was only part of the crowd, but quickly realised that Russell Johnson, who was her opponent in the election, was a member of the official party and was having the players presented to him before the match. So she took it upon herself to run across the pitch, pursued by a TV camera, to insert herself uninvited in the official party. So certainly she was never shy of putting herself forward or wanting to miss an opportunity to be in the limelight. I'm now the only Conservative MSP whose time in this place overlapped with Winnie in the first session of this Parliament. And despite our political differences, I always found her to be engaging company, and on more than a few occasions we found common cause. I can recall one particular occasion at the opening of this new Parliament building in 2004. By that point, Winnie had stood down as an MSP, but had been invited as an honoured guest to the opening of the new building. Due to the security around the late Queen, who was performing the opening, all the roads around the Parliament had been closed to traffic. And I happened to meet Winnie as she stepped out of a taxi at the top of Abbey Hill, very frustrated that she was so far away from the Parliament building. And she quickly discovered, wearing quite unsuitable shoes for the long walk down Abbey Hill to the Parliament building. So I offered her my arm to assist her in the journey, and we proceeded arm in arm towards the Parliament building for the royal opening. And on the way, she regaled me with various tidbits of political gossip, which even now I would not dare repeat to the Chamber. But I do remember, as we came in sight of the front of the Parliament, she complained bitterly to me that the Union flag was flying above the Parliament building. And I thought it might be impolite to disagree with her, or maybe I was just terrified, so I maintained a diplomatic silence at that particular point. But Winnie Ewing was not just a nationalist icon, but someone who was highly respected across the political spectrum, having served in 3 different parliaments. She will be greatly missed by all those who knew her, and many who did not ever have the chance to meet her, but knew her simply by reputation. So my condolences, and those of my party, go to the whole family, but in particular to our colleagues Annabel and Fergus, who, as well as losing a political mentor, have lost a dear mum. And I know how proud Winnie was of them both, and enjoyed seeing how their careers developed, and see them take up the causes that she fought so hard for. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Jackie Baillie.
Presiding Officer, it is an honour to speak today on behalf of the Scottish Labour Party in memory of Winnie Ewing. Before I begin, can I also take the opportunity to offer my condolences again, and those of everyone at Scottish Labour, to the family of Winnie Ewing, in particular to Annabel, to Fergus and to Terry. To many members on the SNP benches and to many more SNP members across the country, Winnie Ewing was and remains an iconic figure and an important part of their lives. So I am sure that many SNP MSPs have felt her absence keenly, and they too have my sincerest condolences. But, you know, it's hard to think of Winnie Ewing and the story of her life without thinking of the story of Scotland in the 20th and 21st centuries. She may have been christened Madam Icos for other reasons, but in many ways the political and public life of Winnie Ewing serves as a crucial insight into the changes Scotland has been through. At a time when it was rare for young women to receive a university education and to enter politics, Winnie Ewing did both. And she didn't pull up the ladder after her. She was generous in her encouragement of women across all parties. And far from picking an easy life, as we've heard, Winnie Ewing joined the SNP, at that time more likely to visit London to try and liberate the Stone of Destiny than to enter the House of Commons. But as the First Minister said, she was indeed a trailblazer. In one of many elections, by-elections indeed, in the Hamilton area, Winnie Ewing scored a remarkable victory for the SNP, sending shockwaves right the way across the United Kingdom. In part because of that success, Labour fast-tracked its long-held plan for a Scottish Assembly, and so this Parliament, in which we are all in today, is very much part of the Winnie Ewing story. As an MEP, Winnie became famous for her very forthright speeches in the European Parliament, and later, indeed, as a grandee in this very Parliament. And I was pleased to be in the chamber when, in that role, she had the historic privilege of opening this Parliament in 1999, reconvening the Parliament for the first time since 1707, and the first time under a representative democracy. So the legacy of Winnie Ewing is clear for all to see, in the electoral success of her party, and in the articulate and thoughtful work done in this chamber by her children, Fergus and Annabel, and by her daughter-in-law, Margaret Ewing, who also served in the Scottish Parliament. I always look forward to Winnie Ewing's contributions in the Parliament, even though we occasionally disagreed. And I have to be honest, she could be quite fearsome when she was disagreeing. But I have to also say she often gave a harder time to her own side than to me. An honourable tradition that has been reintroduced by her children. But I will conclude with this anecdote. And whilst door knocking recently, and I won't be so cruel as to say where, I came upon the doorstep of an older gentleman, some would say a wiser gentleman. He is now an ex-MP member. In a lovely conversation, he told me that he had previously joined the SNP in 1967 due to the inspirational Winnie Ewing and her win in the by-election, and he still held her in the highest regard. So whilst the electoral fortunes of political parties come and go, it is clear to see that above the ebb and flow of the tide of politics, the influence and legacy of Winnie Ewing lives on.
Thank you. I now call on Gillian Mackay.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I would like to begin, as others have, by offering mine and my party's sincere condolences to Winnie Ewing's family and friends. I know for many in this chamber she had an impact not just on their political journeys, but their personal lives too. Her impact on Scottish politics and on her party are undeniable. A historic by-election win for the SNP in Hamilton, advocating for independence on the international stage and reconvening this Scottish Parliament. That's an honour that no one else will ever have, and I hope that we can also take this time to remind ourselves that this place has to go on to achieve everything that was hoped for in that very first session. She's undoubtedly left her mark on the political landscape. She represented in politics in a time where it was unusual, to say the least, to see women taking a prominent role. It's a reminder to us that we need to continue to value women in politics and help all of us to bring everything we can to the job. We have to recognise the unique situation we're in with both Fergus and Annabel here as sitting members. Her loss to the party and the independence movement is obvious, but the loss to her family is profound. Finding the words to express that loss and convey how sorry I truly am is almost impossible. The gravity of grief, let alone having to navigate that grief in the public eye, is great, and it takes a great deal of strength to be able to sit through a session such as this. I hope that the outpouring of feeling and the formal marking of your mum's death brings some comfort. Grief is a process, and I hope that long after this debate concludes, colleagues around the chamber will continue to provide a listening ear. Winnie Ewing achieved what many of us hope to do in our lifetimes. She's a tangible legacy, written into the history books, with people who love her to continue to tell her stories. Both the triumphant ones of winning elections and undoubtedly the deeply personal ones of fun. These are the things that paint the picture of a life well lived, that add colour and light when grief can weigh heavy. I wanted to finish, Presiding Officer, with a poem that was sent to me by a friend at my own time of loss, that I hope that those across the chamber who feel Winnie's loss will find some comfort in. Don't think of her as gone away. Her journey's just begun. Life holds so many facets. This earth is only one. She's in a place of warmth and comfort where there are no days or years. Think how she must be wishing that we could know today how nothing but our sadness can really pass away. And think of her as living in the hearts of those she touched. For nothing loved is ever lost, and she was loved so much.
I now call on Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. This is an afternoon of clear emotion, and we've just seen that in the very moving words of Gillian Mackay. Can I also extend the heartfelt condolences of my party, the Liberal Democrats, to everyone who loved Winnie Ewing in the chamber today, not least her children, Annabel and Fergus. And it's lovely to see Annabel's lectern up and Fergus's pen in his hand, so I hope that we may get some contribution from them later. I've been particularly moved by what we've heard today, especially the laughter. And I think that it's a testimony to the women that this chamber has been filled with laughter on what would otherwise be a solemn occasion. I didn't know Winnie. I think I met her when I was a lobbyist. But however, it is impossible not to have been taken by her formidable reputation. I've said several times that it is incumbent on all of us elected to this chamber to reflect the better natures of the people that we are here to serve. Well, Winnie Ewing did that, and did that with aplomb. And on news of her passing, my Scottish Liberal Democrat colleague Alistair Carmichael said that Winnie was renowned for her fierce determination, which was amply matched by her sense of fun. This meant, and in his words, even those who disagreed with her held her in respect and in admiration. I think after hearing what we've heard today, that is clearly true. Her mark on Scottish politics is as indelible as the legacy it leaves. And you yourself, Presiding Officer, referenced the fact that she was the first person to speak in this Parliament when it was reconvened after 300 years. And her portrait rightly hangs near the entrance to this chamber, because it is in part due to her efforts and tireless campaigning that the Scottish Parliament stands here today. The famous 1967 by-election victory in Hamilton was groundbreaking in many ways. But what strikes me as we reflect on was how undoubtedly important it was in paving the way for many more women from all parties, from all political stripes, both in this chamber and beyond, both to be inspired and then to go out and get elected. In her time as a member of the British delegation to the fledgling European Parliament and in her tenure as an MEP, it was her commitment and passion that helped forge lasting and strong ties between Scotland and Europe. In fact, as we have heard, she's one of the few people to have served in all three of our parliaments, or as was, which is, I think, testament to her ardent commitment to public service. It is then no wonder that two of her children followed her footsteps into Scottish politics and have made such a valuable contribution in her stead and in her shadow, but have grown beyond that shadow to make their own contribution as well. All of these achievements highlight a career that I think many of us in this chamber, regardless of our political side or stripes would look up to and aspire to emulate. Although clearly a lot of her politics were at odds with mine and my party's, I admire her greatly. In fact, it is difficult not to. She will be remembered as a stalwart, as a trailblazer, and for her passion, drive and perseverance, all of which will have lasting impact on our society far beyond her passing. Thank you.
Thank you. I now call on Annabel Ewing.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. It is an honour to be called to make a contribution to this debate on the motion of condolence for my mother, Winnie Ewing. At the outset, I would wish to thank the First Minister and indeed all the other speakers for their kind and thoughtful words today. Indeed, the family has been touched and supported by the condolences we have received from across the Chamber, Scotland and further afield. From my mother's sensational victory in November 1967 in the Hamilton by-election to her unseating the Secretary of State for Scotland in Murray and Nairn in the February 1974 election, from her victory in the first directly elected European Parliament elections for the Highlands and Islands in 1979, to her holding that seat in 3 more elections with vastly increased majorities, from her winning her Highlands and Islands seat as member of this Parliament, to her historic words in formally reconvening this Parliament. This long track record of electoral success, very much against the odds, was not down to luck, but rather was as a result of how my mother was able to inspire people. For she was not just clever, kind and generous, she was not only stylish and charismatic, but Winnie walked in other people's shoes, and they knew that she would speak up for them. Winnie transformed political campaigning. She spoke directly to people in their factories, in their homes and on the streets. Indeed, by the sheer power of her personality in the Hamilton by-election campaign, it is not an exaggeration to say that she created a new mood of optimism there in Hamilton and across Scotland. And Winnie inspired people to imagine how things could be in a normal, independent country with transformative powers to create a fairer society and to participate in the world directly, taking our seat in the United Nations between Saudi Arabia and Senegal. Presiding Officer, the early Westminster years were tough for my mother. As the sole SNP MP in a House of Commons of 630 members, there was, it had to be said, a great deal of hostility, much involving outright misogyny. When my mother was elected in 1967, having in fact been encouraged to stand by my late father, we kids were all under 11, with my younger brother Terry just 3.5 years old. And my mum was often met on arriving home on a Thursday night, frequently exhausted, with a rather disgruntled wee boy running to the door where Terry posed 2 crushing questions. Where you been? Why you went? I'm sure, Presiding Officer, that that plaintive cry strikes a chord with many colleagues across the chamber. And I am pleased to report that my wee brother Terry's grammar has improved massively over the years. Presiding Officer, it is simply beyond doubt that Winnie blazed a trail for women. She was far ahead of her time. She set up her own legal practice at 28. She became a respected and busy Glasgow criminal defence lawyer. She then became secretary of the Glasgow Bar Association, and she was also president of the Sir Optimus Club of Glasgow Central. Winnie demonstrated that a woman's place was wherever she chose it to be, including in politics. And, Presiding Officer, perhaps what is less well known is that Winnie personally inspired many women to stand for election, some of whom I see round the chamber today. Winnie was a champion of women's rights. A friend of different political views in her condolence card to me said, "All women in Scotland, I am sure, are proud of Winnie and what she did for us." A lifelong campaigner for human rights and oppressed minorities, Winnie was also a good friend to the Jewish community in Scotland, working with fellow Glasgow solicitor and friend Leslie Wolfson to free prisoners of conscience from the Soviet Union. In her 24 years as member of the European Parliament, Winnie was steadfast in standing up for our fishermen and for our fishing communities. She always spoke up for the Scottish interest. She was a champion of the Gaelic language, and she did indeed earn the sobriquet Madame Écosse. She worked with MEPs from other political groups and made common cause in getting things done that would benefit Scotland and Europe more generally. We can indeed see that in her work to get the Erasmus scheme up and running when she was chair of the European Parliament's Education and Culture Committee. And we can see that too in her bringing the Lomé Assembly to Inverness. And we can also see that recognition in her being awarded the Médaille en Or du Mérite Européen, further to a presentation by the then European Commission President Jean-Claude Juncker in November 2014 in Luxembourg. When my mother reconvened the Scottish Parliament on the 12th of May 1999, she said, in her contribution from the chair, that she had 4 practical hopes for the Parliament: that we strive to adopt a more consensual style, perhaps a work in progress, Presiding Officer, that we be fair in our procedures to minorities, that the very existence of this Parliament lead to better relations with our neighbours across these aisles, and that we live in harmony together, both those born here and those who have chosen to make Scotland their home. And, Presiding Officer, I imagine that my mother would not mind me adding here, indeed I expect that she would be a bit disappointed if I did not, that her hopes for our party would be that we remain a national party, speaking up for all parts of Scotland, that we never take any vote for granted, and that we continue to seek to persuade our fellow citizens of the opportunities of independence by reasoned and courteous debate. It would be wrong for me not to mention just how much our father, Stuart, devoted his life to provide support for Winnie, without which she simply would not have been able to do all the things that she did. And she did help my father, Stuart, in fact, in his bid to become a Glasgow councillor in the 70s. And in a Saturday night pub canvass in Maryhill, she introduced my dad, who many here will know was not exactly quite as gregarious as my mum, it is fair to say, but she introduced a rather reluctant Stuart to a group of ladies who were having a very good night out in the pub in Maryhill. And she introduced my dad with the words, "Ladies, this is your council candidate and my husband, Stuart." To which there was a bit of a silence, a bit of a pause, and then the deadpan reply came, "Winnie, are you boasting or apologising?" Presiding Officer, Winnie was a trailblazer for women. She was a legend in her own lifetime, a heroine and a patriot. But for the family, she was also our mum. And Fergus, Terry and I are inordinately proud of her. Thank you.
Thank you. We'll take a minute or two before we resume proceedings this afternoon.
Okay, the next item of business is portfolio questions, and the portfolio this afternoon is net zero and just transition. I'd remind members wishing to ask a supplementary question to press the request to speak buttons during the relevant question, and again remind members of the time allocations for questions and indeed responses. And I call question number 1, Willie Coffey.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update and progress towards the decarbonisation of buildings and the schemes of assistance that are available to the public to help them make the transition.
Minister Patrick Harvey.
We will publish our annual update on progress against our heat and building strategy by the end of October, and this will include a summary of progress on our support schemes. The Scottish Government offers a range of support to households, including our Warmer Home Scotland and area-based schemes, as well as the Home Energy Scotland Grant and Loan Scheme, which is open to all domestic households in Scotland and provides the most generous grants in the UK for zero direct emissions heating systems.
Willie Coffey.
Thank the Minister for that update. It confirms that Scottish households have access to the most generous grant support in the UK when it comes to increasing the energy efficiency of their homes. Will the Minister note that public awareness and participation is absolutely crucial if this record support is to be granted effectively amid rising costs? And does the Minister agree that Scottish Government interventions are undermined by a UK Government that has failed to tackle sky-high energy prices or support fuel-poor households in Scotland?
Minister.
Willie Coffey is absolutely right on the issue of public awareness, and the public engagement strategy for Scotland will be led by the new Heat and Energy Efficiency Scotland agency. It's also vital that the UK Government publishes firm plans to rebalance fuel prices, and this is necessary to ensure that climate-friendly heating systems are cheaper to run than fossil fuel systems. So we are pressing the UK Government for more urgent action to enable delivery in Scotland, to address market disincentives for switching to zero-emissions heat, and to accelerate decision-making on the potential role of hydrogen. We have clear ambitions to decarbonise buildings faster, and we offer significantly more support for heat pumps and other zero-emission heating systems than other parts of the UK. But we cannot afford to delay taking action, and the UK Government needs to match this ambition.
A number of supplementaries. The number I get in will depend on the brevity of questions and responses. First, Graham Simpson.
Thank you very much. The Public Audit Committee heard this morning that we have no idea what it will cost to decarbonise buildings in Scotland. Does the Minister accept that he and his government need to set out what this is going to cost individual householders?
Minister.
Well, we do have a high-level estimate of the total cost of decarbonising heating in Scotland. It's very clear that that cannot be met from public funds alone, and we want to make sure that this is affordable for householders, for communities and for businesses, and that will include a blend of public support as well as financial products and role for private investment and the energy industry as well. As we move forward to consult on the heat and building strategy later this year, more detail will be set out.
Sarah Boy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Minister say what lessons have been learned from the 133 million underspend on retrofitting homes to make them energy efficient and affordable to heat last year? Because my understanding is that a lack of trained staff was a key blockage across the country. So given that fuel poverty is now hitting 39% of our households, what is the Scottish Government doing to address this massive problem, as well as creating jobs and training opportunities right across Scotland?
Minister.
Well, a range of factors did influence the uptake of voluntary demand-led schemes, both during COVID and in the wake of the cost of living crisis and the spike in energy prices. We need to take account of all of those factors, including, yes, indeed, skills and capacity across the supply chain. Our supply chain delivery programme is working with industry to address those issues. And indeed, this is another of the issues that will be addressed in the consultation that we take forward later this year.
And very briefly, Alistair Allen.
The overwhelming majority of my constituents live in properties not connected to the gas grid, and many are potentially unsuitable for heat pumps. Can the Minister give an indication of what options will be available to those currently reliant on oil in this situation, and what financial support will be on offer?
Minister.
Our approach to reducing emissions from buildings is technology neutral, However, we know that heat pumps are a proven technology that work efficiently when designed and installed correctly, alongside the appropriate energy efficiency measures. Many rural households have already made this transition, and colder countries like Norway and Finland with very large rural populations are also far ahead of us. But we recognise that for a small number of buildings, bioenergy might be the best option. We already provide an extra £1,500 on top of the £7,500 Home Energy Scotland heating and energy efficiency grants due to the higher costs in rural areas, and also recently announced an uplift for rural and remote areas in relation to the social housing net zero heat fund.
Question 2, Finlay Carson.
To ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on the second Strategic Transport Projects Review in relation to improving the A75.
Mr Fiona Hislop.
The second Strategic Transport Projects Review will inform the Scottish Government's transport investment programme over the next 20 years. As detailed on page 41 of the review, there are clear recommendations for the A75. In August, I met with the leader of Dumfries and Galloway Council and the chair of the Regional Transport Partnership, Westrans, in Dumfries, where we discussed our shared ambition for the route and the next steps for the bypassing of the villages of Springholm and Crocketford. As we committed to in our programme for government published this week, we will continue to press the UK Government to fulfil their commitment to fund and support the next steps for improvements on the A75 and are awaiting a response to the invited bid issued to them in April. In fact, I'm meeting with the UK Minister responsible, Richard Holden MP, next week to discuss this very issue.
Finlay Carson.
I thank the Minister for that response. In a television interview in Representing Border earlier this week, the First Minister gave a categorical assurance that the A75 and A77 will get vital improvements. We've, of course, had promises like this before. Indeed, in January of this year, Michael Matheson said the STPR2 timetable would be published in spring. But with 38 out of the 45 recommendations either started or completed, we are yet to hear of when the A75 improvements will be rolled out. Now, I have previously welcomed the UK Government's constructive collaboration with the Scottish Government on the Euroroute, but given transport has devolved, the failure to deliver on previous commitments lies squarely at the door of this SNP Government. So can the Minister give my constituents an indicative start date for the Springholm and Crocketford bypasses that they've promised but failed to deliver?
Minister.
So, as I answered in my first question, I have been active as a new Transport Minister in engaging with the key stakeholders in Dumfries and Galloway Council and Westrans, and also with the UK Government, on the basis that the committed support from them has to be resolved in order to commence some of the issues that we are talking about. If we are to do that, as I think has been called for by Mr Carson, collectively with the UK Government in relation to the connections to Northern Ireland in particular. And it is in that spirit that I will continue my work on this issue.
A couple of brief supplementaries again. Brevity would be appreciated. First, Emma Harper.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. When the UK Government brought forward the Peter Henry Review, they committed to providing funding to the Scottish Government to improve the safety and efficiency on the A75. And I agree we need these upgrades urgently. But can the Minister indicate whether the UK Government have provided any information on how much funding will be provided and on when it will be received?
Minister.
As called for by a number of people, not least Conservative MSPs, we are cooperating with the UK Government on that. I will be meeting with the Minister responsible, Richard Holden MP, on Monday, and I hope we can agree a way forward and indeed secure the amount of funding that they are seeking to provide.
Thank you. And Colin Smith.
Thank you, President Officer. The Transport Review was published in December, years late. We were told about a delivery plan by spring. Communities in Crocketford and Springholm don't want to hear two governments bickering over who's going to pay for these. They want to see the bypasses take place. So could the Minister give an indication as to when she will tell Parliament exactly when work will be commencing on these communities' bypass? They've been waiting years for an announcement from the Government.
Minister.
So I think if you listen to my tone, I was far from bickering and look to work in cooperation also with the leader of Dumfries and Galloway Council and of the Westrans chair and with the relevant MP. If people want us to do this in a collective way, I will take that forward. But I do think in terms of that relationship, we need to identify the steps that are required, and as I said, they are actively being discussed as to how that can be delivered, and I will continue to do that in that spirit, as I have committed to.
Mr Carson, you had an opportunity to ask a question. Would you stop shouting across the chamber, Minister, as briefly as possible?
If we want cooperation to deliver transport projects, perhaps the questions and the answers should reflect that. Thank you very much, Presiding Officer.
Question 3 has not been lodged. Question 4, Karen Adam.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. To ask the Scottish Government what it is doing to support the development of the necessary harbour infrastructure, including in relation to the operations and maintenance support phase of offshore wind, to deliver a just transition to rural communities such as Fraserburgh.
Scotland's ports and harbours have various ownership models. Fraserburgh is a trust port run by the Fraserburgh Harbour Commissioners. The Scottish Government recognises the importance that ports and harbours infrastructure play in delivering a just transition to coastal communities. The Murray East Operations and Maintenance Base in Fraserburgh has created around 100 local high-valued skilled jobs, which will bring economic opportunities as we work towards achieving our net zero ambitions. The strategic investment model will further assist in identifying shared priorities with an initial focus on investment in ports and harbours, infrastructure improvements, manufacturing and fabrication.
Karen Adam.
I'm grateful for that answer. My constituency of Berkshire and Buchan Coast has a huge part to play in Scotland's net zero ambitions, and I thank the Scottish Government for their unrelenting support for the Acorn project at St Fergus, the Murray offshore wind projects and their funding of the campaign for North East Rail feasibility study to bring rail back to Peterhead and Fraserburgh. The Fraserburgh Harbour Master Plan has a huge part to play in our net zero goals. Will the Minister please meet with myself and the Harbour Board to discuss their ambitious plans?
Minister.
The Scottish Government recognises the crucial role that the North East plays in working towards achieving those net zero ambitions. And of course, we have been urging the UK Government to commit to carbon capture and storage in Scotland for well over a decade, and the recent long overdue decision to begin that due diligence and discussions with Acorn and recognising the importance of that potential of the Acorn project and the Scottish cluster. The campaign, as referred to, for the North East Rail Group, they are passionate about the railways, and the award of up to £250,000 from the last Just Transition Fund to conduct the multimodal study into transport options is also a step forward. Transport Scotland officials continue to work with those relevant and intended the Fraserburgh Harbour Board on the 20th September to discuss the ambitious plans of the harbour, and I'd be happy to meet with the member to discuss any outcomes from that meeting if that would be of interest.
And brief supplementary, Douglas Lumsden.
Presiding Officer, to unlock the benefits of harbour improvements at Fraserburgh, it's vital that road infrastructure to Fraserburgh is also improved. Last week, 6 people were taken to hospital after a car accident at the Cortez Junction, and we've all heard the many incidents at the notorious Toll of Burness. So can I ask the Minister how many more lives will have to be impacted before this Government will sort out the dangerous road to Fraserburgh? Because without that, a just transition will never be delivered.
Minister.
I reflect on my remarks about the £250,000 for that multimodal study. Clearly, access to harbours and in terms of infrastructure affects residents quite clearly, as I think has been referred to. But with the growing issue and support of the offshore industry, we should also be looking at different issues around freight, etc. I certainly will ask my officials to look at the particular issue that he's raised in terms of those accidents, and I will reply if there's anything additional I can provide to the member to give him some reassurance.
Question number 5, Mercedes Vialba.
To ask the Scottish Government what progress has been made on the development of an offshore training passport as funded by the Just Transition Fund.
Mr Richard Lockhead.
The Scottish Government strongly supports delivery of a skills passport that will work for the different offshore energy industry sectors, recognising the cross-sector skills of workers and the importance of supporting a fair and managed transition. And since the development of our prototype skills passport in 2022, work is ongoing to test and finalise the technical aspects of the passport. Alongside technical developments, project partners across renewables, oil and gas and trade unions have also been working hard to increase cross-sector collaboration on the development of the passport, including seeking agreement on mutual recognition of training requirements across the sectors.
Mercedes Vialba.
The passport is due to be rolled out later this month, but offshore trade unions, like the RMT in particular, remain concerned that their members will end up continuing to pay the price if their qualifications are not recognised by developers and contractors in the offshore wind sector. So will the Minister guarantee that all developers of wind farms leased through ScotWind will be required to recognise the passport, and will he commit to working with the trade unions on implementing the passport when it is finally launched?
Minister.
Well, of course, I'll commit to working with the trade unions to implement the passport once it's finalised. And of course, we're talking about a major exercise here that will benefit the sector for many, many, many years to come. And the passport involves the close collaboration between the energy industry, its workforce, governments and their agencies, trade unions, trade bodies, skills bodies and education training providers. So it's important we get this right. It's important that the industry gets behind it and all parts of the industry going forward. But as I say, as we look towards the energy transition over the next 10 or 20 years, it's important we get this right and we get it in place in a proper way.
Question 6, Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, to ask the Scottish Government whether it will provide an update on its target for renewable heating systems in homes.
Minister Patrick Harvey.
Over 1 million homes must convert to zero-emissions heating by 2030 if we're to meet Parliament's interim climate targets. We have developed regulations to deliver this in all new buildings. We've also introduced a new Home Energy Scotland grant. We'll shortly relaunch Warmer Homes Scotland, and as I mentioned in response to the earlier question, we'll be consulting soon on proposals for a Heat in Buildings bill.
Martin Whitfield.
Very grateful. Over the recess, I had pleasure in visiting Sunamp in Trinent, East Lothian, which has become a fantastic growing company that makes heat storage systems for individual domestic use and local housing associations. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, because I know he is aware of the company, what lessons the Scottish Government can learn from this fantastic East Lothian-based company on the importance of heat storage in tackling poverty and net zero commitments?
Minister.
Yes, and I think a number of other ministers have visited this particular company, been impressed by its work, and I'm pleased to hear that there's cross-party support for that and recognition of the important role that both heat storage as well as electrical storage will play in the future of a decarbonised and renewable energy grid. It's going to have an important role to play as well. Martin Whitfield is quite right in the jobs benefit that will come from the decarbonisation of heat. We believe there are many thousands of jobs, in fact high-quality careers to be had in this programme of work, and that will benefit communities the length and breadth of the country.
Okay, and a bit of interest. I'll try to get all the supplementaries in, but they will need to be brief. First, Ivan McKee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. District heating systems can offer a number of advantages in decarbonising heating in existing as well as new properties, potentially providing a low-cost, effective solution that enables access to heat sources not available to individual households. What work is the Scottish Government taking forward to accelerate the rollout of district heating networks in existing properties?
Minister.
Thank you. Another hugely important aspect of this agenda. Parliament passed the Heat Networks Act in the last session, and we're implementing that legislation. Public bodies are under a new duty to assess whether their estate would be suitable to connect to district heating systems. And local authorities have powers to identify areas suited to district heating. We're exploring the potential for further legislation to strongly encourage buildings to connect to heat networks. And meanwhile, district heating projects in Scotland can receive pre-development support from our Heat Network Support Unit and grant and loan funding from Scotland's £300 million Heat Network Fund or our District Heating Loan Fund.
Edward Main.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and I draw members' attention to my register of interest in that I am a private landlord as well as owning my own house. Renewable heating targets are very important when the Government are considering them. Will they publish the estimated cost to the public purse for upgrading the renewable heating in the public housing stock?
Minister.
I'm not entirely sure what the member refers to by the public housing stock, whether he's talking about council housing, social housing. We have a very substantial social housing net zero heat fund. The member's aware of that. We work with local authorities as well as housing associations and other social housing providers. And in fact, this is a part of the wider Heat and Buildings programme, and the overall high-level costs that are referred to earlier have been published and put into the public domain.
And very briefly, Paul Sweeney.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. The Minister was well aware of the Queen's Quay District Heat Network in Clydebank, the biggest in the UK, pioneered by Glasgow-based engineering company Star Refrigeration. They're saying that scaling that across the Clyde corridor with the potential to take hundreds of thousands of homes and businesses off the gas grid is constrained by access to affordable electricity. What is the Minister doing to unlock that opportunity for affordable electricity supply along the Clyde, and also to get that density of commitments to the planning obligations? Together, that would unlock huge potential
as
investment.
briefly as possible, Minister.
We engage actively both with STAR, who's showing the jobs potential for manufacturing in relation to decarbonisation of heat, as well as the Queen's Quay development. I hope all members will encourage local authorities and public bodies and housing associations to access the support for heat networks that I referred to earlier. But the issues around affordability of electricity supply come back to that regulatory power that currently sits with the UK level. If we're going to decouple gas and electricity prices, we need the UK government to act, and that would enable us to pass on the benefit of the cheap, abundant, clean, green, renewable electricity that's being generated in this country to benefit bill payers.
Question 7, Bob Dorry.
Thank you, President Officer. To ask the Scottish Government how its action to achieve net zero will be supported by the recently agreed partnership between Skills Development Scotland and Built Environment Smarter Transformation.
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, the construction sector is critical to achieving a just transition to net zero, and the Scottish Government is supporting a range of plans for a more sustainable, innovative and diverse construction industry. This new strategic partnership, which Mr Doris refers to, will allow Built Environment Smarter Transformation and Skills Development Scotland to collaborate to identify ways which the construction industry can help the sector address its net zero challenges.
Bob Doris.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that answer. As we navigate the economic changes that will be accompanying transitioning to a net zero society, apprentices with the skills and knowledge to transform sectors such as construction, as has been mentioned, will be crucial to Scotland's drive towards net zero. What role does the Cabinet Secretary see apprentices playing in this journey?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, apprenticeships are a really critical tool for employers to invest in their workforce and to provide the skills needed to support that imperative of transitioning to net zero. They are vital for supporting young people into valuable, rewarding careers and helping people to upskill, reskill and progress in their chosen careers. In fact, statistics published by SDS show that in 22-23, construction operations had the largest number of overall starts at 26%, and will continue to work collaboratively to maintain and to boost that number.
Thank you. Question 8, Sanders Golhani.
Thank you. To ask the Scottish Government whether it has conducted any analysis of how many deaths on the A9 could have been prevented if it had been fully dualled.
Minister.
One death on our roads is one too many, and the tragic fatal accidents recorded on the A9 in 2022 and 2023 have occurred on dual and single sections. There will be families grieving, as there will be for all deaths on our roads. An assessment of potential future reductions in mortalities of dualling the whole length of the A9 has not been made. However, the 2016 case for investment for the A9 dualling programme between Perth and Inverness forecasted approximately 6 fewer fatalities annually following dualling. This comparison is with performance prior to average speed camera introduction, following which there has been an average reduction of 3 deaths annually compared to baseline. This assessment will be updated as part of the work considering the optimal approach for completion of the A9 dualling programme.
Sanders Golhani.
Well, the Minister's right, deaths on dual and single roads, but let me tell the Minister that deaths on single carriageway sections of the A9 have outnumbered deaths on dualled carriageway sections by 20 to 1 over the past 5 years. 20 to 1. Dual carriageways in such an important route are much safer. Will the Cabinet Secretary be specific in Parliament and provide a timetable for the full dualling of the A9? And if unable to respond now with that, will the Secretary commit to providing me with a written response this month?
Minister.
The Minister for responding. On Tuesday, the First Minister announced the contract notice for the dualling of the Tomatin to Moy, and that it has been issued, reaffirming this Government's commitment to full dualling of the A9, and I would have thought the member would have wanted to welcome that. The Scottish Government will provide more detail, including timelines and detail, to full dualling in the autumn, as was planned and announced several times before the summer recess in this chamber to those MSPs who attended the chamber.
A lot of supplementaries. I won't get them all in. I'll get as many as I can. First, Jackie Dunbar.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The First Minister has reaffirmed his cast-iron commitment to the folk of the Highlands, and the SNP has a record of delivering infrastructure projects for Scotland that the Scottish Government will continue to deliver on. The cost of dualling Tomatin to Moy has risen from £115 million to £150 million. Can the Minister outline what impact inflation caused by the Tory economic negligence and cuts to Scotland's capital budget is having on the Government's ability to deliver on projects like this?
Minister.
So the member makes an important point. I think the first point to make is we are going to dual the A9. The second, so I'm not sure if members, Presiding Officer, if I take the intervention of the questions from the heckling or whether I do it from the members. So in relation to what the member was asking, there is a significant pressure on the capital budgets of this government, not least because of the economic mismanagement that has taken place over recent times. The inflation aspect has had a considerable impact on construction costs, but the fact that our budget has not had a 7%, hasn't had an uplift for inflation, has meant there's been a 7% cut in our capital budget. Despite that, you have had a commitment in the programme for government from the First Minister that we will dual the A9.
Thank you. We don't have any more time. We need to move on to the next item of business. That concludes portfolio questions on net zero and just transition. The next item of business is a statement by Michael Matheson on update on point of order. Martin Whitfield.
I'm very grateful, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I apologise for taking the indulgence of the Chamber over this, but under our standing orders, Rule 13.2 deals with ministerial statements. And indeed, under the Scottish Ministerial Code, Section 3.5 deals and states that ministers should ensure that important announcements of government policy are made in the first instance to the Parliament. This morning, at First Minister's question, the very positive news of an inquiry over the incidents that the statement will go on to deal with was confirmed. However, it was available in nationally published newspapers yesterday, along with a statement that was confirmed by the First Minister this morning that indeed it was discussed at the Scottish Government Cabinet meeting this week. I am disappointed that again we have had information that has been put out into the public domain before being announced to this Parliament. But in this particular case, because of the victims of this surgeon and these events, they should have had the right to hear a full and proper statement explaining what was happening, rather than just snapshots and headlines of news, which I think is disingenuous to them, and I think it is disrespectful to this Chamber. And I seek your guidance on what can be done about that matter.
Can I thank Martin Whitfield for prior notice of his point of order. As he says, the guidance on announcements is intended to ensure that matters of importance do not enter the public domain before or without being communicated to the Parliament. I would invite the Government to reflect on the concerns expressed by Mr Whitfield, that information suggesting that a public inquiry into the case of Professor El-Jamel was to take place appear to have been reported in the media prior to the First Minister's announcement in the Chamber earlier today. But with that, I am going to move on. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
Given the fact, Deputy Presiding Officer, that we all know what's in the statement, would it not be in order for us to proceed straight to questions?
I thank Mr Kerr for his... Allow me, please, to respond to the point of order rather than taking it upon yourselves to do so. As far as I'm aware, the detail of what is in the statement has not been put in the public domain, and therefore I don't think it serves any useful purpose to go straight to questions. I invite Michael Matheson to provide a statement on the update on Professor El-Jamel NHS Tayside. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions on the issues raised in his statement afterwards. Therefore, there should be no interventions or interruptions, and I call on Michael Matheson, Cabinet Secretary, up to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. There can be few things more important than the safety of patients in our health service. One thing that is perhaps equally critical is the trust that we as individuals and communities can have in our healthcare. Patients must also have trust that where concerns are raised about their care and treatment, those will be investigated and the necessary actions taken. They must be able to trust that their concerns will be investigated, scrutinised and subject to robust governance and due diligence at the time and not several years later. When trust is broken and such weakness in governance identified, it's imperative that we do all we can to investigate why and do all we can to prevent other others from having the same kind of distress and traumatic experience. The actions some years ago by Mr Eljamal, a former surgeon in NHS Tayside, have been discussed at length in this chamber, and I know colleagues have a keen interest in the government's next steps. Several reviews have taken place into his practice, both at the time and in the years since, after concerns were expressed by a number of his former patients. The latest NHS Tayside review, due diligence review of documentation held relating to Eljamal, laid bare the failings in NHS Tayside response to concerns about Mr Eljamal. It is clear from the review that these were not acted upon or followed up with the urgency and rigour that they deserve. Now, several years later, many former patients still live with the consequences and still have many unanswered questions. That is why today I am announcing our intention to commission a full public inquiry to seek answers to those questions. Mr Eljamal practised as a consultant neurosurgeon at NHS Tayside between 1995 and 2013. Concerns about his practice were first raised to NHS Tayside in 2011 and in 2012. As a result of a complaint received at the end of 2012, 2 further complaints received in 2013 and 2 significant clinical event analyses, NHS Tayside commissioned the Royal College of Surgeons in England to review his practice. Most complaints were received after Mr Eljamal had been suspended in 2013. Since then, several reviews have taken place into his practice. Members will know that one of my predecessors as Health Secretary, Jean Freeman, commissioned in March 2021 an independent case note review on outstanding concerns of 2 former patients. This reported in May 2022 and made several recommendations for NHS Tayside, Scottish Government and for NHS Scotland. In response, NHS Tayside commissioned the due diligence review in March of this year. And this was considered by the Board on Thursday the 31st of August 2023. I will say more about the detail of this review in a moment. In the months while this work was being undertaken, several former patients continued to raise concerns about their prior care and treatment. This was done directly with NHS Tayside, through MSPs, with ministers and in the media. I have considered the concerns raised with me by several former patients, and I have been struck by their bravery and their persistence, sometimes accompanied by significant distress and compounded by trauma. Nevertheless, I was not at first persuaded of their argument that only a full public inquiry would find the answers they sought about what happened to them and why. Knowing the length of time that could take, and knowing that it would not necessarily consider each individual patient's circumstances, I was of the view that there were other, potentially faster and more individually responsive ways to seek to answer the questions, to seek to find the answers for what they were looking for. However, as I have already touched on, after considering the findings of the due diligence review, my view has significantly changed. I'd like to offer some detail on the due diligence review process and what specifically it found that has informed my thinking. Earlier this year, NHS Tayside began to examine their own handling of these concerns. Last Thursday, their board considered this report. It outlines a number of failings that I believe can only be examined thoroughly by a full public inquiry. It also brings forward significant information not previously known to the Scottish Government. Given the length of time since the first concerns were raised about Mr Eljamal, this raises real concerns. Briefly, The due diligence review identified that NHS Tayside did not respond to the General Medical Council about Mr Jamal's request for voluntary erasure from the medical register, that there were no effective central board oversight or coordination of significant historical information or reviews into concerns. It identified multiple examples of reviews and investigations where there was no follow-up action recorded and no or inadequate scrutiny, assurance or supporting governance. It identified cases where, despite there being complaints, adverse events reported and legal claims, no formal review of cases have been documented or retained. That documents of potential relevance were subject to destruction in accordance with routine retention periods, when putting a hold on such destruction would have better supported subsequent review processes. It identified adverse events where no investigations can be identified and no reports of adverse events were formally recorded until several months following the incident, and that communications and support for former patients was not consistently of the required standard. I have reflected on the concerns of former patients and MSPs since the findings were considered by the Board of NHS Tayside, and I am clear that the Board's governance obligations were repeatedly not implemented in respect of concerns about Mr El Jamal. I consider that this now means that the commissioning of a full public inquiry under the terms of the Inquiries Act 2005, with the powers to compel witnesses, is the only route to get to the bottom of who knew what and when and what contributed to the failures described by NHS Tayside. Let me say at this point that I know that this will inevitably be a lengthy process and that, as I said earlier, a full public inquiry will not necessarily answer the individual clinical questions for each former patient about their own particular circumstances. For that reason, I still do consider that an independent case review of patients' individual clinical cases, where that is what individual patients want, remains necessary. This will allow a person-centred, trauma-informed review of each patient's own clinical case, addressing their individual needs and circumstances and attempting to offer answers in a bespoke and personalised way that an inquiry will not. There are former patients who are still living each day with the consequences of their treatment by Mr El Jamal, and addressing their personal needs in an individual clinical review that is conducted independently of NHS Tayside remains an important part of this process. I want this to begin as soon as possible and not to be delayed by the announcement of our intention to commission a public inquiry. Presiding Officer, for the sake of those patients directly affected, for the confidence of the community in Tayside, and for the promotion of patient safety more broadly across Scotland, I now believe a full public inquiry is needed. I have now asked my officials to begin to make the necessary arrangements, and I will continue to update Parliament as these arrangements progress.
Thank you. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions on the issues raised in his statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for this, after which we'll need to move on to the next item of business, and I can advise the Chamber we're quite tight for time over the course of the afternoon. I would invite members who haven't already done so but who wish to ask a question to press the request to speak buttons, and I call first Liz Smith.
Thank you. Presiding Officer, for the last 10 years in this Parliament, I have listened to some of the most harrowing stories that I have ever heard, of intense and permanent medical and psychological pain, of families broken apart, and of heart-rending accounts of victims' attempts to get to the truth, only to be knocked back at every turn. This Cabinet Secretary has finally accepted that the only way to get to that truth is to commission a full independent inquiry. And like the former patients who deserve so much credit for their relentless campaigning, most especially Mrs Jules Rose and Mr Pat Kelly, I very much welcome this change of heart. But can I ask the Cabinet Secretary three things? Firstly, as well as the apologies that have rightly been made to individual patients for the harm that they've suffered, Will the Cabinet Secretary also apologise on behalf of successive Cabinet Secretaries for Health that the process has taken so many years, thereby just prolonging the agony for the victims of El Jamel? Secondly, does the Cabinet Secretary accept that there has not only been an utter failure on the part of NHS Tayside, as he has just described, but also the other health agencies to address serial complaints made about those in management who knew exactly what was going on, but who chose to keep quiet? And thirdly, in February 2013, as complaints mounted, we know that neurosurgeons at Ninewells complained to the Royal College of Surgeons that their workload was too great and that as a result of what they, and I quote, said were external pressures, they were forced to take on extra patients from Fife to try to cut waiting times. So can the Cabinet Secretary confirm if that external pressure to take on these extra patients came from the Scottish Government?
Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, President Officer. And can I put on record my recognition of Liz Smith's long-standing interest in pursuing this issue on behalf of her own constituents. And I recognise the significant impact that Mr El Jamel has had on individual patients, both in terms of their physical and mental well-being as a result of his actions. On the specific points that Liz Smith raised, of course, I deeply regret that we are in a situation where we even require to have a public inquiry for such a matter. And that's why I have come to the view, and you'll be aware of my previous views on this matter, but why I have reflected on the circumstances and come to the view that I believe a full public inquiry is now required. I was particularly concerned that we were in a situation where, despite 8 different reviews that have taken place over an extended period of time, and we were still at a point where the Scottish Government was still learning new information from the Health Board as being an unacceptable state of affairs. And that's why I've come to the view that we need to have a full, detailed public inquiry. Now, in relation to the specific further points that Liz Smith made about other agencies and the issues around workload, these are clearly matters that will be considered by the public inquiry. And at the end of that process, I hope that we will have a greater understanding about who made what decisions when and the impact that had on the delivery of services within NHS Tayside at that time.
Jackie Bailey.
The announcement of a public inquiry, because a week ago the Scottish Government was not minded to grant the inquiry, so this U-turn is a tribute to the efforts of all those campaigners. I'm very clear that the Health Board and Scottish ministers have failed in their duty to the people of Tayside, and they failed in their duty to those patients operated on by Sam El Jamel. The issue was formally considered, as I understand it, by the Health Board in February 2014, despite concerns being raised well before this, and what then followed were a litany of reviews and action plans, but little action. So will the Cabinet Secretary put in place an oversight board for NHS Tayside, given the failures in governance that he has acknowledged today? Will he tell us when Scottish ministers were first alerted to the problem, as whilst the issues may indeed be new to him, they weren't new to Shona Robson, the former Health Secretary, who refused an inquiry, to Jean Freeman, who initiated a case review, and then to be followed by Humza Yousaf himself, who also said no to a public inquiry. And finally, let me welcome the independent case review, and will he ensure that patients affected are supported through the process and consulted on the terms of the inquiry?
Cabinet Secretary.
President Officer, the member will be aware that there is work ongoing just now with NHS Tayside and the recommendations that came from the Scottish Government review back in 2022. That work and oversight of that has been taken forward by the Scottish Government, by NHS Tayside reporting to the progress that they're making against those recommendations to Scottish Government officials. So there's a continued oversight to make sure that they are making progress with these recommendations going forward. And in relation to Jackie Bailey's point about the terms of reference, it's of course the terms of reference can only be determined once we have a chair appointed for the public inquiry. I'm very clear about the need for patients, affected patients, to be able to feed into the process in setting the terms of reference for the inquiry, and I will take that up with the chair once they're appointed.
Thank you. I call Rona Mackay to be followed by Sanders Gohani.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. As we know, the Scottish Government has previously committed to establishing an independent commission that could engage directly with former patients in order to seek answers as quickly as possible, and I'm pleased to see that this will continue. Can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about how this can complement the very welcome steps set out by the Scottish Government today?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I've always been very clear since I came into post in considering this issue, is how we can create a process that helps to give affected patients the answers to the unanswered questions that they have. And I've always been keen to make sure that whatever approach we take, it ensures that patients and their interests are at the very heart of that process. What we want to do is to make sure that alongside the public inquiry that we have a person-centred, trauma-informed process that allows those patients, former patients of Mr Jamal, to have the opportunity to have a full clinical review if they feel they wish to have that, and for that to be carried out independently of NHS Tayside. I've already commissioned our National Clinical Director to take forward this work, and we're presently going through the process of looking to identify a lead clinician who can take that work forward for us.
Sanders Gulhani, to be followed by Jim Fairlie.
Hello, and thank you. And let me start by welcoming this public inquiry for all those I met protesting outside they were asking for. It's clear that across our NHS, senior hospital managers are increasingly interfering with the delivery of good quality clinical care. Complaints of substandard and dangerous practices are being ignored. Whistleblowers are subjected to bullying and intimidation. Lessons are not being learned. Does the Scottish Government agree that NHS managers should be regulated, like doctors and nurses, by an independent body with the legal purpose to protect, promote and maintain the health and safety of the public? Given the urgency, rather than pursue my private member's bill, I'd be happy to work with the Scottish Government to take this forward. I declare my interest in practising an HSGP.
Presiding Officer, the member will be aware there is a full public inquiry taking place in England in relation to the Lucy Letby case, which is looking at issues relating to that case which may result in recommendations around regulation of those who are managers within our National Health Service, and we've already engaged with the Department of Health around that issue, and I'm very open to it as being a possible option going forward, but I think we should allow the inquiry to take forward its work first of all. Can I say gently though to the member here is that this is about more than just managers within NHS Tayside. This is also about the conduct of clinicians within NHS Tayside. And the process and way in which clinicians within NHS Tayside have worked that has an impact on how patients have experienced the outcomes that they have. So we must be mindful this is not just about managers, it's also about the behaviour of clinicians, which is why we need to have a full public inquiry into this matter.
Jim Fairlie, to be followed by Michael Mara.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And I very much welcome the decision by the Scottish Government to pursue this public inquiry. But it should never be forgotten that this is only as a result of the behaviour of El Jamal himself. So, in light of the horrendous effects that he has had through his malpractice, can the Cabinet Secretary advise what steps can be taken to compel him to appear before this inquiry?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Presiding Officer, I'm sure colleagues in the Chamber will be aware there is presently a live police investigation into the harm caused to patients treated by Mr El Jamal. That's a live investigation, and I know that the Crown Office are already engaged in that process, but I won't comment any more on that. Clearly, the Public Inquiry, the Inquiries Act gives powers to compel both documentation and individuals to appear before it. However, my understanding is that Mr El Jamal is out with Scottish and UK jurisdictions, and it would be dependent on him actually being willing to return if he is prepared to do so. However, that would be a matter for the inquiry to look at pursuing, but the inquiry will have the powers to be able to compel witnesses and documentation to consider what information it needs in order to carry out a thorough investigation.
Michael Mara, to be followed by Colette Stevenson.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary's assessment today of NHS Tayside's response in this regard is devastating. Devastating. There are a plethora of recommendations across multiple reviews. I count 8 in the most recent report that have not been responded to. And I can confirm to the Cabinet Secretary at the meeting of the NHS Tayside Board last week, no board member raised the fact that there has been such neglect around the implementation of existing recommendations. Why can we have faith, as people who live in Dundee and Tayside, that these recommendations will be put in place. We need that oversight. Will he not consider putting it in place?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I think the member is correct. There have been 8 reviews since 2013 taken forward, I believe, in relation to this matter, which is why when the due diligence report was published last week, and when I saw details of that, which resulted in new information being presented that we weren't previously aware of, that raised serious concerns for me on the openness and the transparency that there has been in the process to date within NHS Tayside. I mentioned to the member the recommendations that came from the review that was carried out in 2022, and there is oversight of that through the Scottish Government on the action plan that is being implemented by NHS Tayside on these matters, and to make sure that the actions are being progressed. It is important that we get to a point, and I accept the underlying issue that the member is raising. It is important we get to a point where people have faith and trust within the local health boards. And I want to make sure that we look at what further actions we can take in order to try to help to establish that going forward. But I don't want to delay anything that will undermine the process of trying to get answers for patients and getting the public inquiry up and running as quickly as we reasonably can. But I'll continue to look at what further measures are necessary in order to make sure there is sufficient scrutiny of NHS Tayside.
Colette Stevenson to be followed by Willie Rennie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We know that many former patients have expressed concerns about how their trust in NHS Tayside has been harmed as a result of this case. So can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about how the steps outlined by the Scottish Government today can help to rebuild that public trust?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Presiding Officer, one of the things that I think is important in recognising the findings of this review is that the Medical Director, I believe, in NHS Tayside has carried out a very thorough investigation, exposing key aspects of where their own organisation has failed. I think that's a significant step within the Health Board in itself in being prepared to actually face up to their failings and to accept the consequences that go alongside those. What as I mentioned earlier on, I will continue to consider is whether there's any further measures that we need to put in place in order to make sure that we continue to see progress being made by NHS Tayside and will help to engender confidence in their conduct in dealing with this issue. But as I mentioned, it's important we focus on making sure that we get the clinical review process in place for individual patients and that we continue to make progress in getting the public inquiry established.
Willie Rennie to be followed by Jackie Dunbar.
The Cabinet Secretary has made the right decision today. I think the twin-track approach is the right one, but I'm afraid it has taken far too long. The patients have suffered throughout that. Physically they've suffered, mentally they've suffered, which he's referred to. But they've also got more angry as time has gone on, so faith and trust that the Minister refers to has completely broken down. So I hope that all those who know stuff, know information, come forward now that they know that potentially are going to be compelled to participate in the inquiry, that they release that information now, so the patients can have some comfort right now that they can know more about their cases and their suffering. Will the Minister support that?
Cabinet Secretary.
Yeah, Presiding Officer, I would. Can I also say, I think it's important that we also use this as an opportunity to try to learn for the rest of NHS Scotland. What I want to do is, through this process, is to avoid finding ourselves in a situation where something similar could happen in our health board area. And we need to make sure that the safeguards which we have in place, which have obviously changed since the time when Mr El-Jamel was a surgeon in NHS Tayside, that they are sufficient and that they are robust, but also to make sure that we learn from this and that we ensure that this type of incident can't happen again. That's one of the key reasons why I believe it's now right for us to have a full public inquiry. But full disclosure, engagement of all of those parties who do have information, I would encourage them to do that now, and I would encourage them to fully cooperate with the public inquiry once it's established.
Jackie Dunbar to be followed by Maggie Chapman.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. We can't underestimate the importance of listening to the voices of former patients. Can the Cabinet Secretary provide any update as to the Scottish Government's latest engagement with patients and their representatives, and also the steps that can be taken to ensure that they are involved in the next steps set out by the Cabinet Secretary today?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, I met with a group of the lead patients earlier on this morning in order to set out my intentions to establish a full public inquiry and also to explain to them the process I was putting in place for individual clinical case reviews. I also took that opportunity to explain to them why I had changed my position from my previous engagement with them on what I thought was the most appropriate course of action, and I explained to them why I had chosen to move towards a full public inquiry with the support of the First Minister and my Cabinet colleagues. I can also assure the member that I will take up with the Chair once appointed the need to make sure that patient representatives have an opportunity to feed into the terms of reference for the public inquiry.
Maggie Chapman, to be followed by Stephen Kerr.
Thank you. It's a relief that we have at last got to the point of a public inquiry that so many have called for, but it should never have taken this long, and I thank all those campaigners involved in getting us to this point. The Cabinet Secretary spoke of the need for for that twin track to ensure patients could get the answers they need through person-centred, trauma-informed process. What will he ensure is put in place so that while these processes both take place, patients and former patients are not further traumatised, as they have been and continue to be? Some are currently being re-traumatised by being told to go through mediation and other processes. What can the Cabinet Secretary say to them now to ensure that this won't continue to happen?
Well, Presiding Officer, there's a process that's been put in place by NHS Tayside. As I've already indicated, my intentions are to establish a process that will allow patients who have clinical questions and issues that they want to be clinically reviewed to have an independent process of NHS Tayside to have their cases reviewed. That will be person-centred and trauma-informed in the way in which it operates. I hope that would reassure the member that our intention is to, where reviews do take place, it does not re-traumatise patients over the difficult circumstances that they have already gone through. So that's very much in our minds and how we shape that process, and I hope that once we've got it established, that patients will be able to give feedback on how effective that process has been.
Thank you. Stephen Kerr, to be followed by Evelyn Tweed.
Of course, Deputy Presiding Officer, I welcome the announcement that the Cabinet Secretary has brought to the Chamber this afternoon. But once again, the evidence is that the voices of patients and healthcare professionals were ignored, because the first time this matter was raised was as long ago as 2011. It's high time that we saw a change of culture in our public services, especially towards brave and principled people who blow the whistle. So would the Cabinet Secretary agree that in addition to the public inquiry, there ought to be a full review of whistleblowing practices with a view to the establishment of an independent office of the whistleblower for Scotland?
Cabinet Secretary.
Presiding Officer, we actually have an independent whistleblower who is based within the Scottish Public Service Ombudsman Service that is independent of the Scottish Government, that has oversight of whistleblowing policy in Scotland. So I think we've already addressed the point that the member is making. Can I say, and I made this point to Sandesh Gohani, and that is that this is not just about managerial structural failures within NHS Tayside. It's also about clinical failures and the behaviour of clinicians that have had an impact on some of the information that has not been provided to patients and some of the information that has not been provided to the review processes that have been taken forward. That is what I think is particularly important here. This is not just about managers not getting it right, it's also about clinicians getting it wrong as well.
And that's why as briefly as possible, Evelyn Tweed.
Accountability has been highlighted as one of the key reasons behind calls for a public inquiry. Can the Cabinet Secretary say any more about how the Scottish Government envisages that the measures outlined today deliver on that call?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, Presiding Officer, it will give us an opportunity to have a very detailed investigation, not just into the actions of NHS Tayside, but actually into some of the regulatory bodies who have responsibility for oversight of clinicians and also for inspections of our health board. And I believe that will help to identify where the failings have been and also to make sure that we can learn the lessons for NHS Scotland as a whole for the future.
Thank you very much, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes this item of business. There will be a brief pause. Point of order, Stephen Kerr.
Deputy Presiding Officer, I forgot to mention when I asked my question reference to my register of interest as a director of Whistleblowers UK, which is a not-for-profit which is set up to advocate for whistleblowers and to bring about changes, positive changes in the law regarding whistleblowing.
Thank you, Mr Kerr. That is now on the record. There will be a brief pause while the front benches change. Thank you very much.
Thank you. The next item of business is a statement by Shirley-Ann Somerville on reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete. The Cabinet Secretary will take questions at the end of her statement, and hence there should be no interventions or interruptions. I call on Cabinet Secretary Shirley-Ann Somerville. Up to 10 minutes, please.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. The Scottish Government and the wider public sector has already done much to understand the extent of reinforced autoclaved aerated concrete, RAC, issues in Scotland, and we recognise there is more to do. Everyone with the responsibility for building safety takes this matter very seriously, and I want to assure the public that the Scottish Government is working at pace with partner organisations across the public sector on this challenge, and has been for some time. Risks associated with the presence of RAC in buildings is not a new issue in the construction sector. In order to fully understand the scope of RAC, including in the school estate, we have been working with local authorities, NHS Scotland and other public sector organisations in Scotland as they have conducted reviews of RAC in their properties. This allows us to better understand the extent of the issue, ensure that risks are managed and, where required, to be reassured that remedial work and mitigations have been put in place where necessary. Institution of Structural Engineers first published guidance on RAC to raise awareness amongst the structural engineering community in March 2022. My officials were made aware of this publication through engagement in professional channels at that time and have throughout supported reasonable building safety. For example, in July 2022, Learning Directorate officials made contact with Scottish Heads of Property Services and Association of Directors of Education in Scotland to discuss RAC. In December 2022, NHS Scotland Assure commissioned a survey team to establish the extent and condition of RAC across the NHS estate. Early in the summer this year, my officials had met with HSE to discuss school estate matters, including RAC, and met with several local authorities individually to discuss their specific issues. In July this year, my officials issued RAC survey to all local authorities via the SHOPS network. Furthermore, the Ministerial Working Group on Building and Fire Safety discussed RAC, pressing for and tracking progress on this issue since December 2022. The cross-sector working group on RAC now supports our work as my officials join up with their sector counterparts and key public sector partners and representatives of the private sector. This has been established as a more formal forum to share good practice and recent discuss professional advice buildings on the work that's ongoing, which is already underway. More recently, my officials have been invited to join the cross-UK Government Working Group on RAC. In various recent meetings, we have once again been assured that the current Institution of Structural Engineers guidance and the risk-based approach remains appropriate for the assessment and management of RAC in schools and other buildings. The most recent discussion with the Institution of Structural Engineers was on the 5th of September, when my officials met with the Director, who confirmed their RAC guidance has not changed and remains a good, valid practice measure in this area, and we have issued it to local authorities for their information. The Institution of Structural Engineers remains of the view that their guidance is in keeping with the Health and Safety Executive's approach to managing risk in a proportionate manner and considers all relevant factors. While the issue of RAC has been in discussion for some time and action has been taken, the UK Government Department of Education changed their approach for RAC, specifically in schools, on 31st August. A change in approach which Scottish ministers learned through the media. Presiding Officer, events of recent weeks have highlighted a deeply concerning level of chaos in the UK Government overseen by the Secretary of State for Education. It is totally unacceptable that UK ministers prioritise briefing the media before alerting or sharing crucial information with devolved governments. in what can only be described as a complete dereliction of duty. It wasn't until 1856, on Sunday, 3rd September, that the UK Government shared 4 pages of RAC photographs dating as far back as 2018. Photographs, not detailed or comprehensive structural reports, just photographs with the bare minimum of supporting context. To be frank, the engagement has been insulting. Now, I can confirm to the Chamber that following receipt of the photographs, we are still waiting detailed and comprehensive structural reports, which we requested on Sunday 3rd September and again on Tuesday 5th September. The withholding of this information was completely reckless and irresponsible. The Secretary of State's disregard of the work of devolved governments could not be clearer. But more importantly, it has spread unnecessary alarm amongst parents, staff and children. Now, as I stated earlier, work has already been underway to deal with RAC in the school estate. To date, RAC has been identified in 40 school buildings across Scotland, albeit in some of those it is in parts of the building which have not been in use for some time. Wherever RAC has been found, mitigations have been put in place. For example, St Kertigan's Academy in West Lothian has closed parts of its estate, including dining and kitchen areas, and Preston Lodge School in East Lothian has taken action to close off impacted classrooms and other areas. Riverside Primary School fully closed its building over the summer holidays and moved pupils into alternative provision. COSLA have confirmed that safety is the central consideration and there is robust guidance which is followed by every local authority to ensure these buildings are safe for the pupils, staff and the public to be in. Now, local authorities have a clear responsibility to ensure their schools are safe for pupils, staff and their users, and I know they take this responsibility very seriously. They are carrying out assessments of their school buildings, and we are aware that some parts of the school estate and some councils still need to complete full surveys. Ministers have been clear to authorities that these must be carried out as a matter of the highest priority and have offered assistance to councils in this matter where appropriate. However, it is imperative that there is transparency around the schools where RAC has been identified and the mitigations in place, and we are working with COSLA to ensure that all local authorities will have published the information about the schools affected by the end of this week. The cross-government working group we established is enabling centralised understanding of how RAC is affecting other sectors of the public estate. Work is ongoing to assess properties across the public sector. It is important to state again that the assessment process is proportionate and based on the Institution of Structural Engineers guidance. And I want to once again reassure the Chamber that where RAC has been identified, mitigations are in place in accordance with that guidance. What is clear, Presiding Officer, is that significant work will need to be undertaken across the public sector estate in Scotland and indeed right across the UK in dealing with RAC over the longer term. Now, the First Minister has been clear that while we don't have contingencies within government to spend on RAC, we will of course spend what we need to spend in order to ensure that our buildings are safe for those that use them. Now, I was pleased to see the Chancellor seeming to commit over the weekend that the UK Government will spend what is needed on this. But the more recent briefings coming out of the UK Government that there will be no new money are deeply worrying. Let me be clear that after a decade of Tory austerity and cuts to capital budgets, it is simply not sustainable for the UK Government to say that no new money will be made available. Now, this is an issue we have been alive to for some time. Long before the change in approach by the DFE, on 16th of August, the Deputy First Minister wrote to the Treasury seeking clarity on new capital funding to deal with RAC. Then on 3rd September, our Education Secretary wrote to the Secretary of State for Education seeking clarity on funding. Thus far, neither have received a response. Again, the ignorance is simply astounding in such a serious situation. The UK Government cannot put their head in the sand. New capital money has to be made available, including to the devolved governments, to allow us to take any action that may be required. Anything else would be a dereliction of duty from the Prime Minister and the Chancellor, and I would hope that I can count on the support of all members in this chamber in making this case to the UK Government. I'll close as I started, Presiding Officer. The safety of occupants in buildings and the buildings themselves is of utmost importance. The actions this government is taking, along with public sector and industry partners, is designed to ensure that appropriate measures are in place, provided for the short term and also the long term, to ensure the safety of our buildings for their occupants.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. The Cabinet Secretary will now take questions on the issues raised in her statement. I intend to allow around 20 minutes for that, after which time we will move on to the next item of business. And it would be helpful if those members who would wish to seek to ask a question could press the request to speak buttons now. And I call Miles Briggs.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and can I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement. It's clear that for over 40 years the use of RAC will have been widespread in construction projects, not only in the school estate, but potentially across all buildings constructed during that era. We do need to see full transparency, and I welcome the publication of the information which the First Minister signalled at First Minister's questions. It is clear that the impact will stretch well beyond the school estate and include the NHS estate, GP surgeries, colleges and potentially council housing built during that period. What is not clear from the statement today, though, is the position which the Scottish Government is taking and what policy and guidance will be issued to both councils, health boards and also the further education sector when buildings are assessed as red, critical risk or high risk. So can I ask the Cabinet Secretary, she touched upon the institution of structural engineers' guidance, that if all public buildings which are assessed in category red, will the expectation be that these buildings will be closed to members of the public?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Miles Briggs for that question? I say to him that I thought I had been very clear that our approach remains the absolute reliance on expert advice, and that is from the Institute of Structural Engineers, and that is very important. Now, for the sake of timings, I won't go through how they suggest we approach things either in the red, amber or green, but that is publicly available, but I'm happy to provide that to the member should he wish to do so. That's what is being followed at the moment. That's what we are strongly encouraging councils and other public bodies to follow in the future as well.
I call Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer, and I thank the Cabinet Secretary for advance sight of her statement. This morning, the First Minister said that the Government have known about this issue for years. So why, I asked, did they not ask councils to investigate until the 17th of July? The Minister has complained about the lack of communication and transparency from the UK Government, and she is right to do so. But the Scottish Government itself has failed on communication too. So does the Cabinet Secretary accept that this failure has put Scottish local authorities on the back foot and has put pupils and staff in schools at risk? And will she confirm that the Scottish Government will do all they can to equip local authorities with the resources, including the skills and expertise they need to fix this issue urgently?
Cabinet Secretary.
Again, I'm not quite sure that Pam Duncan-Glancy was listening particularly to the first couple of pages in the statement, where we did go through the work that's been ongoing both with the national government and local government. And can I say to her, again, I don't have time to go into the details of the Welsh Education Minister's recent statement, but he will find exactly the same points being made that we are making, because he shares the same frustration and they are going through exactly the same process as we are. And we're staying very close, as I hope you would expect, Presiding Officer, to the Welsh Government on their approach. We will, of course, ensure that we continue to work very closely with councils. We have kept nothing from councils at all. Indeed, we have made requests from the UK Government that everything we get, we are able to share with local government. And we had to make that request specifically to them, and that delayed us being able to give even the small piece of information we have to councils, and that was a disappointment. But I hope the fact that we have tried to do that is an example of the principle that we are using with local government to ensure that we are working hand in hand with them on this issue.
I call Evelyn Tweed, to be followed by Craig Coy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I thank the Cabinet Secretary for the update on measures the Scottish Government has taken since first getting the guidance from the Institution of Structural Engineers. I find the Cabinet Secretary's comments extremely worrying, and also to see what the Welsh Education Minister has said about timing, when we were made aware, etc. Can the Cabinet Secretary please reaffirm when the Scottish Government was first informed by the UK Government and how we can take this matter forward?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, it is disappointing that we did learn about this only on the 31st of October and initially just through the media. And I think it's important that we have that very frank conversation about that's how we found out about things, because we need to make sure that that approach stops. We have, again, as I said in my statement, asked the UK Government for further technical information, which we still don't have. So is the Welsh Government. And again, if we are, as I'm sure we all are, genuinely concerned and wishing to reassure members of the public, we surely, of all of issues, want to be working together on this with no surprises and full transparency within the governments. And I think that's why it's very important that despite the disappointing change and the way that that change was articulated to the Scottish Government, that we do see a new approach so that the administrations can genuinely be able to work together, share experience, share good practice and work out a way forward, although we will continue, of course, to follow the Institution of Structural Engineers' advice, which is different, of course, to the plans taken forward by the Department for Education.
I call Craig Hoy to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. In March 2022, ministers were made aware of RAC guidance from the Institution of Structural Engineers, as the Minister has said. In July 2022, Learning Directorate heads first flagged the risks from RAC, and in May 2023, East Lothian Council took action to close parts of a local school. Yet it took until the 14th of August for the Scottish Government to convene a cross-public sector working group on RAC. If the safety of occupants of buildings, including children, is of utmost importance to this Government, why the 18-month delay on taking action here in Scotland?
There wasn't any
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I say again, there has been no delay on this. Again, I said in my statement about some of the examples of the work that's been ongoing on this, both at an official level and a ministerial level. We are very, very keen to ensure, as a government, that although we are not responsible for the local authority estate, for example, that we work very closely with our colleagues in local government to be able to share advice and good practice where appropriate. So that is why we continue to ensure we've got the right structures in place to make sure that we are receiving the reassurance that we have. But to say that no work has been undertaken either by local government or national government is not the case. And I think it does a disservice to the people in many local councils who have been working exceptionally hard on this issue for some time and reassuring parents, staff and pupils in the process.
I call Stuart McMillan to be followed by Jackie Bailey.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I've got one school in my constituency which is affected by RAC and it long predates devolution. Can I ask the Cabinet Secretary to highlight this point in her discussions with the UK Government, and it should fall upon the UK Government to actually fund any repairs that are required?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as I said in my statement, there are a number of letters that remain outstanding and awaiting our reply, both sent by various now members of the Cabinet to the UK Government on this issue. And I think it is very important that those letters are replied to at speed. And again, I would say this is a concern that is also shared not just with us, but also by the Welsh Government as well.
I call Jackie Bailey to be followed by Fulton McGregor.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Can the Cabinet Secretary confirm that it is in fact 254 buildings across NHS Scotland that are being surveyed? When was the survey, which was commissioned by NHS Scotland Ashore in December 2022, escalated beyond a desk review? When will we know the results of the survey, and will this be published? And can she confirm that there will be money urgently made available to remove RAC and make all NHS buildings safe for patients and safe for staff?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, I mentioned the funding points in some previous answers and also on my statements, but in reference to the number that Jackie Bailey referenced, the desktop review identified 254 buildings that have 2 or more characteristics consistent with the presence of RAC. That does, of course, not mean that they have RAC, and that's why it's important that further work is ongoing on that. The surveys have now begun. In fact, the next phase of the surveys have commenced with more work that's going on site, not just a desktop review. This is clearly something that will take some more time. This will be around 6 to 8 months to complete the full survey programme within the NHS, but we are, of course, looking at opportunities to expedite that process if at all possible.
I call Fulton McGregor to be followed by Alex Cole-Hamilton.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. The Cabinet Secretary will be aware that North Lanarkshire Council yesterday revealed that the Pivot Centre in Moodiesburn, which is in my constituency, is one of 2 buildings in the authority identified to have RAC. North Lanarkshire Council have been in touch with me, and I'm grateful for the quick action that they've taken and the plans to carry out work, the future plans to carry out work at the site. The Council have also noted that up to 400 houses in the local authority area may be affected by RAC. Can I therefore ask what support is the Scottish Government giving to NLC and to other councils to identify such properties?
Cabinet Secretary.
So I think it's very important that the local authorities are able to talk not just about what's happening within the school estate, but in their wider public sector estate as well. As I said in my statement, we are keen to ensure, working alongside COSLA, that all councils have published the information about their school estate by the end of this week. There is clearly more work to be done then to ensure that there is transparency around what's happening within the wider council estate too. That includes, of course, housing. We are still in the discovery stage of finding about that awareness within the housing sector, but that's exactly why representatives from the Scottish Housing Register and the Scottish Federation of Housing Associations and indeed the Chartered Institute of Housing have all been invited to participate in the cross-sector working group to ensure that this sector, both for the public and private sector housing, is involved in the work ongoing.
I call Alex Cole-Hamilton to be followed by Keith Brown.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, if ministers were really across this problem, don't you think that Parliament and the public would have been told sooner that at least 40 schools and an untold number of hospitals contain this potentially lethal concrete? Ministers were nowhere near even understanding this. No money was put aside. Instead, Liberal Democrats, not the government, were the first to lay bare the scale of this problem. Indeed, the trigger for schools closing in England was a concrete beam failing at a school in Dunblane, a beam that was rated as safe, but it failed. And the Scottish Education Secretary said on Channel 4 News last night, and I quote, that this was an isolated incident. Does the Cabinet Secretary agree with her colleague? And if so, how can she be sure this won't happen again, especially when we still don't know where this stuff is or how it's been used?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, can I say to Alex Cole-Hamilton, again with the greatest respect, one of the reasons why this has not raised to the same public alarm as has been caused since the Department for Education's change in approach last week is because national government and local government have been quietly getting on with the job of ensuring that the work is being done. And that's exactly why some of the examples I gave in my statement in East Lothian and West Lothian, that already predated the rigmarole that we've had over the past week or so. So parents have been getting informed, so have the staff, and so have the children. And that's quite rightly done by those responsible for the building, responsible through the local authority, who have been working with the local community about exactly what to do in it. And to say that nothing's been done, I'm afraid, is again disingenuous. And I would point to some of the projects that have already been undertaken through LEAP phases 1 and 2 that have dealt with some of these issues already. And in the example of Dunblane, I think the Dunblane School, which is an MOD school, this was not reported to the Scottish Government. It was not reported to any education authority in Scotland after that incident happened, either by the school or the Ministry of Defence or the Department for Education. The first time we found out about it as Scottish Government ministers was on the 31st of August. So this is a very clear example, once again, of a disappointing lack of sharing of information for that exact school.
I call Keith Brown to be followed by Ariane Burgess.
I should say, President Officer, my question was about the constituency interest which I have, which is the school that's just been mentioned by Alec Cole-Hamilton, who doesn't represent Dunblane. But can I ask in relation to that school, RAC issues were identified at Queen Victoria School in Dunblane, as well as at Stirling University, which will take up separately with the relevant minister. Both are very important institutions in my constituency. My understanding is, of course, that QVS is an MOD school. The responsibility for its upkeep lies with the UK Department of Education. And can the Cabinet Secretary, in addition to what she just said, confirm that any issues that have been identified have been dealt with and that there is no ongoing risk to students and staff in either of those buildings? And as QVS is an MOD school, if the Scottish Government was made aware of the RAC issues at QVS when they were first identified by the Department of Education?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, we understand that there was an issue at that MOD-run school in March 2023. It was investigated by the MOD in April that year and reported to the Department of Education for the UK in May 2023. As I said in my previous answer, the Scottish Government was informally told of this incident during a phone call that the Cabinet Secretary for Education had with Baroness Barron last Thursday. We have expressed our concerns about the way that this whole school incident was approached. In relation to Stirling University, I understand that mitigation measures have been taken within the Students' Union where this issue has been identified.
I call Ariane Burgess to be followed by Liam Kerr.
As we're hearing, many of the buildings affected by RAC are owned by local authorities, from schools like Charleston Academy and Forres Academy to libraries and community centres. The Verity House Agreement sets out a new partnership approach with local authorities, with added emphasis on working together on areas of shared responsibility. What more can the Scottish Government do to work in tandem with local authorities to give reassurance to members of the public that all arms of government are working together?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, this is a very important point about us working together on this issue, and that's why the Cabinet Secretary for Education and myself met with COSLA officials and some of the councillors as well at the start of this week, and we will again do so next week too. It is important that we not only publish information about the schools, but the local authorities ensure that they provide context to that. So we have, for example, schools where RAC has been identified, but it's been in a part of a building that's not been in use for many years. So the context is important to ensure we're reassuring the pupils and staff and parents. And we will continue to work together. And as I said in my statement, those meetings will continue, not just about the school estate, but also on the wider council estate too.
I call Liam Kerr to be followed by Bill Kidd.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. In the North East, several schools, including Mackay, West Hill and Northfield Academies, and Abbotswell, Cornhill and Quarry Hill primaries have now been confirmed to contain RAC. Now, Cabinet Secretary Neil Gray said last weekend there is no immediate risk to people using those buildings. Yet the First Minister said on Monday a review, whilst councils check buildings, will take some months. So on what basis did Neil Gray assert there to be no immediate risk, and what extra funding and assistance are being provided to Aberdeen and Shire councils to perform the checks?
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, the reassurance that people can be given, and I mean this with the greatest respect to my colleague Neil Gray or others, is because structural engineers, experts, have been working with the local authority responsible for that school to be able to ensure if RAC is there, to what extent and what mitigation measures need to be put in place. And the Government has had reassurances that those mitigation measures, where required because of that expert advice, are in place. Clearly, we will continue our discussions with all councils to ensure that we are keeping up to date on the mitigation measures and any long-term work that is required. And I hope Liam Kerr will join me in the calls that we are making to the UK Government to assist all devolved administrations with the capital expenditure that will be required in the longer term once mitigations are requiring to be moved on to refurbishment or changes to those buildings, that we will get that extra funding from the UK Government as requested.
I call Bill Kidd to be followed by Faisal Chowdhury.
Thank you very much. There's been much discussion in the Chamber this afternoon about who should be doing what and when. And yet the reality is that without the borrowing powers, the Scottish Government cannot act by itself to fund wide-scale repairs should that be found necessary. In response to my question on Tuesday, the Cabinet Secretary stated that the Finance Secretary was still to receive a response from the Treasury regarding further financial support to help deal with the consequences of RAC. Has a reply been received? I don't think so, but it would be nice to hear for sure again. And do we know how much we will be due? Thank you.
Cabinet Secretary.
Well, as to how much any final bill will be, that will obviously not be able to be determined until all the structural surveys have been undertaken right across the estate. But with reference to Bill Kidd's earlier questions, no, I can confirm once again we have not received replies to the Deputy First Minister's letter of the 16th of August. And it is very important that we do receive that reply, because if the Chancellor is willing to go on television and talk about spending what it takes, then it is important that he then works with the devolved administrations to ensure that we have a plan in place to be able to take that forward.
Yeah. And I call Fozil Chowdhury.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. West Lothian Council have been working for several years to identify and address the problem of RAC in schools in the area. They have now been waiting 9 months for an announcement on the Learning Investment State Programme funding to see if the bid for a new school in Livingston was successful. Can the Cabinet Secretary advise when an announcement will be made on this funding so that Council can actually begin to address the problem with RAC in school?
Cabinet Secretary.
Can I thank Fozil Chowdhury for that question? It's a very important one, because I appreciate that there are councils across the country that are waiting for announcements on LEAP Phase 3. As I said in an earlier answer, the LEAP Phase 1 and 2 has already dealt with some of the projects, indeed the projects that councils came to us with for 1 and 2 that involved RAP were funded. Of course, Scottish ministers are now looking at the projects from local authorities where RAC has been identified, and that will be part of the decision-making process for Phase 3. We are having to look very carefully at LEAP Phase 3, as I hope the member will understand, because of the increase in construction costs globally. That presents a major capital challenge for us, not just in the school estate, but I hope he can be reassured, and indeed West Lothian Council can be, that these matters are being taken into consideration when we do look at LEAP Phase 3.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. That concludes the statement, and there will be a short pause before we move on to the next item of business to allow frontbench teams to change position should they wish. Thank you. Thank you. The next item of business is a debate on motion 10347 in the name of Neil Gray on opportunity within the 2023-24 programme for government. I would invite those members who would wish to speak in the debate to please press the request to speak buttons, and I call on Neil Gray, Cabinet Secretary, to speak to and to move the motion. Up to 11 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm pleased to open this debate and move the motion in my name and supported by colleagues on how we seize the opportunities of an economy that is fair, green and growing. A wellbeing economy that helps our people and businesses to thrive through a just transition to net zero while addressing the twin climate and nature emergencies. By seizing the opportunities of the transition to net zero and growing our economy, we can both reduce poverty and fund high-quality public services we rely on. We're bringing forward this programme for government in challenging economic times. High inflation, rising interest rates continue to ramp up costs both for individuals and for business trading conditions. So while the headline inflation rate is beginning to fall, economic growth has weakened this year, and many businesses are having to change their business models in light of the challenging economic conditions. Our businesses face the cost of the union crisis with the cumulative impacts of Brexit on trading and labour supply, sustained high inflation and interest rates, as well as the ongoing high energy costs in energy-rich Scotland. We're doing everything possible within the limited powers available to us and tight fiscal constraints to support businesses as well as households and transform Scotland's economy. However, with the powers, I will.
Daniel Johnson.
Whether you accept the premise of what he just said about the cost of the union or not, what it doesn't explain is why Scotland lags behind other parts of the UK in terms of future business activity or equity investment, because the data is clear that we're lagging behind parts of the UK, such as the North West, on those two measures.
Cabinet Secretary.
And we're, of course, you look at GDP growth since 2007 and per capita adjusting for population share, we are ahead of the rest of the UK since 2007, near double the growth rate of the rest of the UK. And we've got record levels of inward investment, as Daniel Johnson will have seen and I'm sure welcomed over the summer. So, yes, there are challenges to what we are facing, and we have to compare the position that we are in Scotland as part of the UK when we compare to our European neighbours who are richer, fairer and more socially just. We have to ask, why not Scotland? And it's because we are being held back by this broken economic model that has been offered to us from Westminster. I'll give way one more time.
Murdo Fraser.
I'm grateful to the Cabinet Secretary for giving way. He's mentioned inflation. I don't know if he's looked at inflation figures in other Western economies. He's mentioned interest rates. Interest rates in the United States of America are higher than interest rates in the United Kingdom right now. Is that the fault of the Conservative government?
Cabinet Secretary.
That will be cold comfort to the businesses that I have been seeing. In the interactions that I have been having, I'm sure Murdo Fraser will have been having over the summer, that are feeling the pain of the energy cost crisis that has not been resolved by the poor market conditions delivered by the UK government, or the inflationary pressures that have been driven up by the Truss Kwarteng budget that crashed the economy. I tell you, the points that Murdo Fraser made will be cold comfort to the businesses that are struggling to trade right now. However, the powers of independence, we could do so much more. And our Building a New Scotland series of papers shows that independent European countries comparable to Scotland continue to outperform the UK across a range of economic and social indicators. They are wealthier, more productive and innovative, fairer and more equal. Why not Scotland? It is, Presiding Officer, because we are bound to a failed UK economic model and do not hold the financial levers that are required. So supporting economic growth is central to this programme for government. Not growth for growth's own sake, but growth with a purpose, which is one of the best ways to push forward our anti-poverty agenda, deliver fair work and sustain high-quality public services. Growing the economy is not something that we can do alone. We must do it in partnership with businesses, and that will require listening to the business community. We will keep doing that through the New Deal for Business Group, and the programme for government commits us to making progress on the implementation of the group's recommendations, particularly on regulation. We understand the challenges facing businesses, especially the impact of cumulative regulation, and we have committed to a programme of reform. So we will work with businesses to improve the way we develop, review and implement regulations, and will relaunch the Regulatory Review Group and improve the business and regulatory impact assessment toolkit process. Realistically, there will always be regulations that are not universally welcomed by the businesses that they apply to. But that makes it even more important to involve business in the conversation early, so that their voice is heard as part of the policy development process. And where there is a good case made, we are open to removing regulations and will develop a process to do that systematically as part of our reform programme. While it will be for the budget where decisions are made, we will also build on the ongoing work of the New Deal for Business subgroup on non-domestic rates to ensure that we give businesses and communities the best support that we can, that they need. And to support small business in particular, a dedicated unit will be established in the Scottish Government. Businesses of all sizes tell me they have difficulties in recruiting a a skilled workforce. So, recognising the impact of the UK Government's post-Brexit immigration policies in the labour market, we will launch a talent attraction and migration service. But it would be so much easier if we weren't held back by the hostility to migration coming from both Labour and the Conservatives, or if we had the powers of independence to ensure that we can have a migration system that is tailored to the needs of Scotland, our economy, and the people who wish to come to Scotland to contribute to our nation. Innovation and entrepreneurship are key strands of the National Strategy for Economic Transformation, and we will invest £15 million to help unleash talent from all walks of life in all parts of Scotland. This includes greater backing for proven initiatives like Scottish Edge and the Scottish Ecosystem Fund. This will help start-ups to scale up. It will help build clusters of innovative businesses in growth sectors, and it will put our world-class universities at the heart of our economic future. The package includes delivering upon the vision of the Pathways report by Anna Stewart and Mark Logan, for which I thank them for their work, and through the launch of the pre-start centres and pop-ups to encourage and support women and other underrepresented groups to become entrepreneurs. I was pleased to announce earlier today that the Pathways Pre-Start Fund is open, with £1.5 million available for organisations to support more people into entrepreneurship and to help close the unacceptable gender gap in entrepreneurial participation. Grants of up to £100,000 will be available, and the details of how to apply can be found on the Scottish Government website at gov.scot. Yesterday, I met a group of incredible women who are members of the Black Social Entrepreneurship Programme. And that discussion demonstrated to me why this funding support is so important. We need to break down the barriers to women and people from Black, Asian and minority backgrounds, give them the confidence, the skills, the contacts and support network to start their own business. It was inspiring to hear their stories and the opportunities that we, I hope, can give them. Investment in high-quality digital connectivity is also helping transform our economy. More than £600 million for the Reaching 100% programme is delivering full fibre, gigabit-capable connections and helping make up the gaps in delivery in this UK Government policy area. Our rural delivery plan will set out actions to build vibrant rural communities and regions, and will be empowered through the regional economic partnerships as well. As well as a growing economy, we also need a green economy, an economy that supports a healthy planet to allow us not only to meet our own climate targets while securing a just transition, but also become a magnet for inward investment. Scotland continues to be the most attractive location outside London for inward investment, and we can do even better. We are at the forefront of the clean energy transition. We have the people, skills and the resources, so we must make the most of those strengths. We will build on our forthcoming final energy strategy and just transition plan to launch a green industrial strategy by next summer, working closely with business, industry and trade unions through its development. This will set out how the Scottish Government will help businesses and investors to realise the enormous economic opportunities of the global transition in key sectors such as offshore wind and hydrogen. We'll support the workers. I'm really sorry, I'm pushed for time, but I'll try and come back in later on. We'll support the workers in the oil and gas industry with our Green Skills Passport, and we'll support the economy of Aberdeen in the North East with our £500 million Just Transition Fund. We'll drive investment in a new generation of onshore wind, establishing a sector deal with the industry that will cut by half the average determination time for Section 36 applications to 12 months, where there is no public inquiry. And we'll drive forward offshore wind skills development, focusing on the opportunities for diversification and skills transfer from our oil and gas sector in line with a just transition. Mobilising private investment will be a priority, and a dedicated investment unit will be established to take forward the forthcoming recommendations of the First Minister's investment panel. The final component of a wellbeing economy is fairness, because poverty and inequality are an inhibitor to greater growth and prosperity, as Nicola Sturgeon outlined in her contribution yesterday. When Scotland's businesses succeed, so do our people. And when our people succeed, so do our businesses. So we are pledged to working with employers to promote shared prosperity by boosting wages and continuing to increase the number of organisations who pay at least the real living wage. That includes rolling out fair work conditionality in a way that supports workers, but also recognises that businesses need time to adjust to. Our commitment to fund increased wages to £12 an hour for those working in social care and those delivering funded early learning and childcare in the private, voluntary and independent sectors will help address recruitment issues by attracting more people to work in these areas and will increase incomes, helping to address poverty. Improved childcare provision will also help parents and enable parents and carers to work, increase their working hours or enter training and education. And I consider this an important and key infrastructure for a wellbeing economy. Presiding Officer, in drawing to a close, I want to reiterate this Government's commitment to a fair, green and growing wellbeing economy. This Government will support and invest in people and our businesses as we move on the journey to net zero in the coming year. This will help our planet create good jobs with fair wages, expand our tax base and help provide important revenue for us to invest in tackling poverty and our public services. By doing this, we will create opportunity, improving lives for people and communities across Scotland.
Thank you, Cabinet Secretary. I now call on Murdo Fraser to speak to and to move Amendment 10347.1. Up to 7 minutes, please, Mr Fraser.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Let me say at the start, I do welcome the language in the programme for government around the need for economic growth. And I welcome the tone, much of the tone we've heard from the Cabinet Secretary just this afternoon, because talking about economic growth is important. It is a welcome departure from this government. We didn't hear much about economic growth in recent times, perhaps because of the presence of the anti-growth Greens in the coalition. But the Cabinet Secretary is right, because growth is essential. Because without growth, we can't have expanding businesses, we can't have secure, well-paid jobs, and crucially, we can't have the tax revenues we are going to need if we're going to fund our vital public services. And we only have to look at the warnings, the very stark warnings from the Fiscal Commission about the black hole that's looming in the Scottish public finances, how that's only going to expand over time, to see we cannot afford the present level of public services that we have on the levels of taxation we have. So if we're not going to punish people with more taxes, which would be a huge mistake in my view, the only way we're going to raise more tax revenue is to expand the economy. So I welcome the rhetoric. Whether the delivery will be there, that remains to be seen. Now, there's two important background statistics that inform this debate. The first is the data that was released just last week, showing that the Scottish economy in the second quarter of this year is estimated to have contracted by 0.3%. And this contrasts with the quarterly growth for the UK in the same period of 0.2%. That's a difference in performance over a quarter, just 3 months, of 0.5%. And that ties in with a longer-term trend, where since 2014, the Scottish economy has grown on average at 1/2 of the UK rate. And we know, despite all the rhetoric we've heard from both SNP and indeed Labour benches in this Parliament over the last year, that the UK economy now performed much more strongly than was previously thought. If the Cabinet Secretary wants to intervene. Yeah.
Cabinet Secretary.
I thank Murdo Fraser for giving way. I've already outlined the fact that since 2007, GDP growth in Scotland has outperformed the rest of the UK. But taking that point, even if we do take that point, why is it then that the IFS today are saying that social mobility in the UK is at its worst place for 50 years? Surely we must ensure that we invest in the wellbeing element as well as the economy element to make sure that that GDP growth, that growing economy, is benefiting people.
Murdo Fraser.
And will benefit everyone if we grow the economy. The point that the Cabinet Secretary made about going back to 2007, yes, I would accept. The Scottish economy grew more rapidly in the period 2007 to 2014, thanks to oil and gas. That's not much use to us now. The record in more recent years is a much less impressive one, and that's what it needs to be focusing on. Now, we know the UK economy has performed much better than we previously thought, because thanks to a revision of data by the Office of National Statistics, we now know the UK economic performance coming out of COVID was stronger than we thought. It's now 0.6% bigger, the UK economy, than pre-COVID, and was, let me just make this point, and was third fastest in the G7 and faster than any other major European economy. And since 2010, our economic growth has outperformed that of Germany and France and Japan. And that's a very different picture from the one we've heard painted on the other benches, including from Mr Johnson, who I'll now be happy to hear from.
Daniel Johnson.
Similar note in terms of picking your timeframes. Does Murdo Fraser not need to acknowledge that UK growth has been depressed compared to the OECD average since 2008? Would he have a reason why that might be the case?
Well, Mr Johnson's not been listening. Since 2010, our economic growth has outperformed that of Germany, France and Japan. And he maybe isn't up to date with the ONS revision of statistics. Maybe he should get back and read the figures. But in actual fact, we now know the UK economy is performing better. So it's not to say there's not still significant challenges facing the UK economy, as indeed face all Western economies. But this narrative of the UK economy as the sick man of Europe is now exposed as totally bogus. Now, the challenge for us here in Scotland is how do we ensure our economy here at least matches the UK average? Now, the second piece of data, Presiding Officer, comes in the study published just last week by the Fraser of Allender Institute of Business Attitudes. Just 9% of Scottish firms agree that the Scottish Government understands the business environment in Scotland. 64% of businesses disagree. That's a damning verdict on this Government's approach to business. And only 8% of businesses actually think the Scottish Government engages effectively with their sector. So there's much more to be done if this Government's new deal with business is to be anything other than empty rhetoric. So we will need, against this background, to ensure we're delivering stronger economic growth. And it's not going to be enough to talk about it, we need action rather than words. And in that context, some of what was announced in the programme for government we would welcome, although it falls short of what's required. We certainly do need a competitive tax regime in Scotland in relation to the rest of the UK. Now, we heard from the First Minister this week that he'd written to the Prime Minister calling for cuts in corporation tax. It's a rich irony for the First Minister in a government that has hiked taxes for middle earners in Scotland, now apparently in favour of tax cuts. But as usual with the SNP, they want other people to cut taxes. They just don't want to cut the taxes they control themselves, where the only direction of travel is upwards. And we continually hear from those in the business community, and again it was in the papers today, the differential tax rates in Scotland act as a barrier to attracting the best talent to come and live and work here. That's why we are committed to at least reducing taxes to the UK level as a driver to promote faster economic growth. And we know that I'm going to run out of time. And we know that if the Scottish growth at least matched that of the UK over a 10-year period, that would give us an additional £7 billion in tax revenues without increasing tax rates. Now, business regulation continues to be an issue. So in the programme for government, there's a commitment to work with businesses to address the issue of regulation and remove regulations no longer required. Well, the Scottish Government can address that right now. There's a huge issue in the tourist sector right now with the licensing scheme for short-term lets, affecting not just self-catering properties, but bed and breakfasts, guest houses, home shares and house swaps. And we're warned by those in the sector that this could cost thousands of jobs and millions of pounds to the economy if the government doesn't think again. So if this government is serious about tackling regulation, about a new deal for business, about listening to business, as it says it is, it can demonstrate that right now by taking action to review this licensing scheme and postpone it. And if it doesn't do that, all we've got is empty rhetoric. Presiding Officer, I'm nearly out of time. Let me just say in conclusion, if I can I commend to the Cabinet Secretary an excellent publication from last week, Grasping the Thistle. Not the book by Michael Russell, of course, but the new Scottish Conservative economic strategy, bursting with ideas about how to take the Scottish economy forward. If he wants to sit down with me and discuss that and work out how we can work together to grow the Scottish economy, I'm right with him, Presiding Officer, and I have pleasure in moving the amendment in my name. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Fraser. And I now call Daniel Johnson to speak to and to move Amendment 10347.2. Up to 6 minutes, please, Mr Johnson.
Thank you, Deputy Presiding Officer. I move the amendment in my name. And let me begin by saying that there are things in the programme for government that we can agree with. I mean, specifically around the pledges to accelerate consenting and planning processes. As the Cabinet Secretary knows, this is of vital importance so that we can realise our renewables potential. But also, and again, as I've said to him, the scale of change and indeed just the level of building of infrastructure required, I think will be significant, and we have to prepare public opinion for that. So I look forward to seeing the detail of those plans, because those consents have to come through more quickly than they are right now. I'm happy to.
Cabinet Secretary.
Just very briefly, I appreciate that the constructive nature of Daniel Johnson's opening remarks, and I'll commend to him what is coming in the onshore sector deal, and we'd be more than happy to discuss with him how we can ensure that there is a united front around the need for the infrastructure that is going to be required for us to realise our energy potential, because it is going to be substantial.
Daniel Johnson.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for that. But likewise, there are other points where we can agree. Such as the additional support resources going in for start-ups and small businesses. And we agree with the Fair Work agenda and the increase in pay for social care workers and childcare to £12 an hour. But we have to look at the detail. The £15 million promised is less. It's a fraction of the £57 million that was cut from the enterprise budget from the previous year. And likewise, the £12 per hour pay rise is coming 3 years after we first called for it, and is now worth substantially less than it was because of inflation. So this week, Scotland needed a bold programme for government which matched the scale of the cost of living crisis and recognised the massive economic opportunity that we have in Scotland. But as usual with this government, the spin in the build-up was much greater than the substance that was delivered. In the build-up, we heard that we would have here plans that would unleash Scotland's economic potential. But reading through the bullet points, little has been offered more than meetings, consultations and more working groups. That is simply not good enough. After 16 years in government, it's not good enough that this government finally notices the economy. And it's not good enough that we have a First Minister who thinks that it's an achievement to use the phrase economic growth in his speech. We need a First Minister who knows that the achievement is delivering economic growth and having a plan and determination to deliver it. Because the reality is the economic data is stark. Now, while I think Murdo Fraser was a little bit selective in his use, what I do agree is that we need to look at the broad range of data. Our growth has contracted by 0.3% in the last quarter. And over the longer term, I think there are serious concerns. But I think even if you look at more microeconomic data, there is a good deal more that we need to do. The number of VAT-registered businesses in Scotland has fallen by over 4,000 since 2020. And if we look at our regional competitors and other devolved nations, we are lagging behind. As I mentioned, the RBS PMI report makes this very clear, that business confidence in Scotland is lower than any other nation or region in the UK. Future business activity is near the bottom of the table. And on job creation, we are 9th out of 12th. There are economic realities and reasons that we need to face up to, and if we don't, businesses will continue to invest in Manchester and Leeds rather than Edinburgh and Glasgow. And just in a moment, and that is the reality. That's what business leaders are saying to me, and I have no doubt they're saying to the ministers on the front bench. And unless we have a plan that faces those economic challenges, acknowledges where we have weaknesses, we simply will not make progress. Happy to give way.
Cabinet Secretary Mary McCallum.
Grateful to Daniel Johnson for giving way, and I note the economic pressures that he narrates that have taken place over the last few years. I just wonder whether he would agree that returning to the European Union and to free trade across the member nations thereof would be a positive thing for our economy, and whether he can confirm whether Scottish Labour supports Scotland's return to the EU.
Daniel Johnson.
Can't argue is that the way you deal with additional borders and barriers is by creating new ones with our closest trading partner. That is incoherent. And what you can't do is explain why there are regions in this, and nations in this country that are outperforming Scotland, which have less economic powers, less economic levers than Scotland. I would suggest that is a sign of this government's economic failure. And nor have we had detail on things that we could have expected more detail on. The Withers report set out a number of substantial changes, some of which I agree with, some of which I don't. But we needed to hear more, because we need to overhaul our skills system so that we move beyond a skills system that is focused on introducing young people into the world of work to one that also reskills and upskills. And that is vital if we're going to realise our renewables potential. And it was also good to see that clearly the First Ministers and the government have been listening to our critique of this government. But let me just say, I think some of those attacks belie the error in their economic understanding. So this government and this Parliament has been too focused on social policy to the exclusion of economic policy. But it reveals the narrowness of this government's binary perspective on all issues, which means that they think that it has to be either or. Let me be very clear. We believe in a successful growing economy, so you deliver the tax receipts so you can pay for the social policies and the public services. Social policy is vital, but you only get to deliver it if you have a successful economic policy. That is Labour's vision, and that is what lies behind our plans for GB Energy and the Green Prosperity Plan, to have a plan that will directly invest through a state-owned company in our future and our economic strategy. And that is why we have convened an independent advisory board for growth, so we can bring together leaders from across finance, energy, food and drink, arts and culture and trade unions to help deliver a plan for Scotland through partnership and cooperation. This debate is about opportunity, but the opportunity this country needs is to get rid of this tired, drifting government and replace it with one that is focused on delivering a plan, realising our economic opportunities and delivering for everyone in this country. An opportunity and a plan Scottish Labour is determined to deliver. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr Johnson. And I now call on Willie Rennie. Up to 6 minutes, please, Mr Rennie.
I've been through many programmes for government, and others, I have to say, have been quite exciting on occasions. As a political geek, I was enjoying many of those occasions. Today, this week, I have to say it's been completely uninspiring. The lack of appreciation, even from their own backbenchers from the programme for government, was evident earlier on this week. Because the government in reality has no ideas and no money. It's overcommitted and it's not managed its public finances well, and it has no direction as a result. The programme for government was full of minutiae, but also with dispensed policies. Take the council tax. They used to be in favour of scrapping it completely. We have been through many reform discussions. None have resulted in anything, and now they've resorted to hiking it up more than they've ever done before. Yes.
Cabinet Secretary.
Does Willie Rennie accept, will he acknowledge the fact that we are looking to expand early learning and childcare? We're looking to pay childcare workers £12 an hour. We're paying social care workers £12 an hour. We're bringing forward a green industrial strategy. Does he not support any of those proposals that are within the programme for government?
He just has to wait, because I'm coming to those issues. Because those issues are far from satisfactory. As he well knows, they don't solve the problems that have been evident in the system for some time. But council tax, never mentioned that. Council tax was scrapping, now hiking up more than ever before. Was going to have a replacement for Erasmus, now it's just a pilot. They were going to scrap the dental charges for NHS treatment. Now they're going to be increased more than ever. We were going to have a Peace Institute. Now that's gone. A deposit return scheme. That's gone. Even the de facto referendum, which this government agreed to wholeheartedly before, that has even been ditched. At the heart of this very government is independence, but even that policy has been dispensed with. But there's very little progress on other areas as well. And I'll talk about early learning and childcare if the Minister is listening. The problem with early learning and childcare is that the difference in pay rates from the state provision for private and voluntary nurseries versus council nurseries. And the result of that is an exodus of experienced staff over into other areas, whether it's the council or other jobs. £12 an hour will pay those at the bottom more, of course, and that's welcome. Will it deal with experienced staff exodus? No, it will not. They have still got the fundamental problem of being able to retain good staff in the private and voluntary sector. And the problems are going to be stored up for the future because we need the private and voluntary sector in order to give us the flexibility that we need for the future workforce. So the government has, no, not just now, the government have missed the point completely on the nursery sector. And it's all about tinkering and it's all about minutiae. If you look at other areas, social care, was that, no, not just now, we promised that delayed discharge was going to be abolished completely, I think back in 2016. Now we've got the longest waits ever and the biggest staff shortages ever. The adult disability payment promised there was going to be this great new system, incredibly long waits for people waiting on their payments. The poverty-related attainment gap, as long as it's ever been. S3, appalling rates. And for the government to boast that somehow Stagnation in other areas is progress, I think, lets down young people. Housing, social housing, the lowest number of new starts in social housing for some time. We have got fundamental problems in this government's performance. It can't even do the things it promised to do. But I want to talk about agriculture for a section, because this is somewhere that they could take and give some clarity to farmers. Now, the targets are to reduce emissions from the agricultural sector by 31% by 2032. Do we have the necessary details for the farmers to act and change their practice and invest in their farms? No, we don't. We've got the tiers, we've got the broad outline. Have we got any numbers attached to any of those tiers? No, we don't. And there's a big argument going on with the environmental sector about how much you put in each tier. And I get that. But you won't solve that problem by avoiding the issue. So for the sake of our climate and for the sake of our food and drink, we need to get on and provide clarity for the farmers. Now, earlier on today, I was outside the Parliament. I was speaking to college lecturers. And those college lecturers have been in industrial dispute for, I would think, probably ever since I've been in this Parliament, for 10, 11 years. Now, and the reason for that is this government has undervalued the college sector for all of that time. And if we're going to invest in our future, if we're going to invest in the skilled workforce that the Minister talked about in terms of renewables, we're going to have to invest in our colleges. But the first act of the new Education Minister when he came into post was to cut multi-million pounds from the budget. How is that investing in our young people and their future and our colleges? So I think we'll have more industrial dissent unless this government gets its act together with the college sector. I want to just conclude with one final thing. Scotland is a massive opportunity, but we are not going to exploit that massive opportunity unless we create the infrastructure. And the warning about this is BIFAB. BIFAB, we invested £50 million and we didn't create any jobs in the back of it. And they couldn't even build the jackets for the NNG wind farm that we can see from the Fife coast. That is the warning from this government. They need to get their act together. Less of the talk about independence, more about getting stuff done.
Thank you, Mr Rennie. And we will now move to open speeches. And I call Ivan McKee to be followed by Brian Whittle. Mr McKee.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, last night I hosted in this Parliament an event by Scottish Financial Enterprise. This morning I was at a breakfast event with Scottish Renewables, and this evening I'll be going to an event with Scotland Food and Drink. The reason I mention these, Presiding Officer, is because those are three great examples amongst many of sectors where Scotland is genuinely leading the world and has huge potential to deliver our economic opportunity. And the scale of that opportunity is enormous. And I just want members to reflect, and the government to reflect, on something happening across the sea in Ireland, where the government's biggest economic challenge at the moment is how to invest and what to do with the €65 billion surplus they're projecting over the next 4 years. That's the size of the prize if you get your economy moving in the right direction and invest in business and sectors to deliver on that potential. Clearly, Ireland's a different economy and a different country, not least because it's got the full powers of independence, but many other things are different. But it shows that if you're focused on what Scotland can do with those sectors and elsewhere, there is enormous potential. What have we achieved? Well, as has already been mentioned, Scotland's foreign direct investment performance is the best in the UK outside of London. Our exports growing at twice the rate of the rest of the UK. Unemployment over recent years has been lower than the rest of the UK. We've got one of the most skilled populations in Europe, best universities per head of population in the world. And contrary to some of the comments that Murdo Fraser was making earlier, we actually attract significantly more people from the rest of the UK to come and work here than travel in the other direction. But of course, we've got challenges, and there are many things that we need to do better. And I just want to cover through some of the things that are covered in the programme for government around the theme of opportunity, positive, and also I think where we need to make sure that we deliver on the detail. detail. But first, just to reflect on the reaction from business, which frankly has been welcome. They welcomed the messaging very much so, but they've made the important caveat that they need to see the detail and they need to understand on the delivery. And I know that the government recognises that, but as often has been the case in the past, falling down on delivery it doesn't mean that we realise that potential. Some specifics: welcome the focus on the innovation strategy, but again important to deliver on the specific actions in that, particularly around cluster building, cluster accreditation and so on and so forth. The comments on regulation are hugely welcome. We understand cumulative impact. We understand the BRIA has to have teeth like I believe it had in the past. So that really needs to be internalised and working with business, as I know the government is, to deliver on that. Skills and the labour market, hugely important issue for businesses in every sector. It's important to include businesses at an early stage in the work in taking forward the Withers Review so that we don't lose the needs that they have in that regard. Clearly the childcare investment is hugely welcome, but also important that capacity is in place to deliver on that. And I welcome the work that's been taken forward on talent attraction, but again don't lose sight of UK talent attraction when we're focused also on international opportunities there. The net zero investments are again hugely important in terms of how we're going to deliver decarbonisation across society, but making sure that's joined up so that we make sure that spend and that procurement helps to drive and build the sectors within Scotland's economy and gives us an economic development boost as well. And very important, of course, to take forward the work on attracting investment into the net zero sector. And I know the work of Angus McPherson and the FM's investor panel will be reporting, and that is hugely important as part of this drive. And that was a big topic of conversation last night at the Scottish Financial Enterprise event. And, of course, the need for the Green Industrial Strategy. We've talked about that. We know what a good strategy and in terms of format should look like. The sector absolutely is up for that and very keen to engage. So we need to get something that isn't just sound bites and aspirations, something that's got real actions, evidence driven, and can deliver on that potential sooner rather than later. I welcome the commitment to take forward green ports, but again very important that we don't lose focus, and I know that the government won't, on the fair work and real living wage commitments and conditionality that were secured during the negotiations with UK government on that initiative, and of course rolling that out wider conditionality where we can, because that of course drives higher wages, which is again to the good of the whole economy and not just those individuals receiving those wages. I was interested to see the call for the UK government on the back of Tom Hunter's ask with regards to corporation tax and focused reliefs, which I think is a much more grown-up and sensible strategy than blanket increases or blanket reductions, because it allows us to build those clusters. And I don't know if this is the start of Scottish Government positioning ourselves to how we will approach corporation tax and company law more general when we have those powers as an independent country. I think this is an interesting first step in that regard. But finally, just to focus on delivery, which, as I say, is where we often fall down. NSET lays out what needs to be done. Take that forward. I think trying to find the next shiny new thing or go off on a tangent because civil servants thought of something else is not helpful. Stick to the knitting, stick to what's in NSET and deliver those 77 actions. Agency reform is mentioned. I'm not quite sure where that's going, but again, my comments there would be that don't pull resources back to the centre or to government from agencies. Agencies deliver. That's where the action happens. That's where the engagement with business is. That's what's important. Much more important, frankly, than what government is doing in that space. Very important to streamline funding streams. The plethora of what's out there is confusing and unhelpful for business. Business wants to have easy processes for interacting with government and the agencies, and that's hugely important, as is data sharing across that part of the scope of the work of the government as well. So a lot of good stuff there, but a lot to focus on as well. Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I call Brian Whittle to be followed by Stuart McMillan.
Thank you, President. Let's just clarify how much time I have for my speech.
6 minutes.
6 minutes, is
6
it?
minutes.
So that's, and 2 is 8. Good. So thank you, Presiding Officer, and I am delighted to speak in this debate in what is a new portfolio for me. However, members may or may not be comforted by the fact that the topics I wish to discuss remain very similar to the topics I've always discussed and what I'm very passionate about, so a similar message from a different viewpoint. So I'd start by saying I think the biggest drag on our economy is actually our very poor health record. We've only recently heard that the cost of obesity to Scotland's economy is now risen to £5 billion. The mental health bill is now £4.5 billion. We know that 10% of the NHS budget goes on diabetes and related conditions. So I would suggest that, while we're discussing the economy, it is really, really important we think across portfolio, and that portfolio, I think, is where we really need to start. And I've often said that I believe that education is the solution to health and welfare, and that's something I really strongly believe in. And I think that when we're looking at tackling our poor health record, I think the educational environment is somewhere where we need to keep our focus. And perhaps maybe, of course.
Cabinet Secretary.
I look to pose the same question I posed to Murdo Fraser. Why have the IFS reported this morning that social mobility, education plays such an important role? Social mobility in the UK is the worst for 50 years.
Brian Whittle.
I thank the Cabinet Secretary for his intervention. I noticed that he went to the UK. He didn't compare it to where. Yes, but he didn't break it up into where Scotland is. And I think our poor education, which has been on this slide since the SNP came into power, is a huge implication in why our economy is sluggish. Maybe perhaps I will get the chance later on in this term to expand on these themes. However, while we're on education, if we are to fully realise the opportunities available in Scotland, I think it's about time we started doing things like weaving the green economy and the blue economy and the rural economy into our education system. We need to link it with our business and our business need. We need to ensure that pupils understand the opportunities that are being created as we shift our economy towards net zero. We need engineers, we need tradespeople, we need software developers, we need environmental protection officers, I found out, which apparently we're very short of them too, and they are required to ensure that our food production is certified for use here and for export and so on. And we still haven't tackled the problem of women into STEM. There is a huge need here, and the Scottish Government, unfortunately, are guilty of very lazy politics. They're very good at publishing very impressive targets without the route map to get there, content with deflecting responsibility. I'm glad to see Patrick Harvey in the room today, because he has come into this chamber and declared boldly that 1 million homes will be retrofitted with heat pumps between 2025 and 2030, without the slightest idea of what that means in terms of workforce and cost. At a round-table discussion with construction industry, they highlighted that to hit Government 2030 targets, they need in excess of 22,500 tradespeople and engineers by 2028. Where are they going to get them from? And the Scottish Government have absolutely no idea. And that's before we get into the supply chain network to service this expansion. Now, I am all for ambitious stretch targets. Decide where you want to be and then map out how you're going to get there. But Scottish Government, these are your targets. These are your responsibility. But time and again, as each target is missed, the Scottish Government renege on that responsibility. You see, Presiding Officer, what is essential in the business world is to create the need that gives business the confidence to invest in and service that need. It gives confidence for those who are working in our oil and gas sector to retrain safe in the knowledge that it is an industry to go to that is safe, secure and growing. That is how you develop a just transition. The Scottish Government way is to announce a just transition and then just attack the Scottish oil and gas sector. It's all stick and no carrot, of course.
Cabinet Secretary.
Thanks to Brian Whittle for giving way. Just as he mentions Scotland's climate targets, which are obviously driving a lot of what we need to do in heat decarbonisation, if I remind him that his party enthusiastically backed those targets, do I have his support to work with me constructively on what we need to do to realise them?
Brian Whittle.
That would be great if we had that opportunity for the Scottish Government to come and work with you, because yes, we do support the targets, and that's my point. I do support very ambitious targets, but there is no route map to get there. We should be a world leader, for example, in green hydrogen, but once again, the government are going about it back to front. How about incentivising the really big energy users, heavy industry and goods vehicles or public transport to commit to that shift? End users that the green hydrogen industry can service. We have wind and solar to create the green hydrogen. take it off the grid. That in turn encourages the private sector, who incidentally are desperate to shift investment to the green economy, to invest. Once we have that established economy, it can grow into other sectors and then into export opportunities. Instead, we have a Scottish Government who are tinkering around the edges, trying to create a hydrogen generation without considering how to develop the market. The same applies to heat pumps. I'm running out of time. The same applies to heat pumps. And if we're serious about net zero, tackling net zero and we should tackle the biggest polluters first. Off-grid oil-fired heating systems. It will be expensive as it requires significant insulation of the dwellings as well as underfloor heating system. But it creates the marketplace and the direction of travel as well as delivering against net zero targets in a positive and progressive way.
I must ask you to conclude at this point,
yeah,
Mr Whittle.
Scotland has economic opportunities, but for this Scottish Government, no, such opportunities are never grasped.
Thank you.
Officer.
I call Stuart McMillan to be followed by Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. I welcome this programme for government and the ambitious announcements made by the First Minister this week. The total of 14 bills to be introduced, including, just to name 4, the education, land reform, housing and Scottish languages, can all have important outcomes for the country. Now, this programme for government is anti-poverty and pro-growth, which will certainly help deliver for every community across the country, including my own Greenock and Inverclyde constituency. Now, one of the announcements I particularly welcome is the access to funded childcare to be expanded from 9 months through to the end of primary school in early adopter communities within 6 councils, Inverclyde being one of them, 5, Shetland, Glasgow, Clackmannanshire and Dundee. Now, this policy will mean a further 13,000 additional children stand to benefit at the end of this parliamentary term. Now, this means another 13,000 children will have a greater opportunity to have the best start in their education journey. Now, John Swinney spoke very strongly about his commitment to the expansion of early years education and why it was so vital. Now, the announcements of the First Minister on Tuesday build upon that. The increase in the £12 per hour for social care staff and childcare staff is hugely important and will benefit my constituency, particularly as Inverclyde has a growing older population who are more likely to require social care support. And across the country, however, up to 100,000 people, the vast majority of whom are women, will benefit from this policy. Now, this may be seen as an opportunity for some people that never considered working in these sectors before. Now, the policy alone will see some staff earn more than an additional £2,000 on top of their current wages. Now, Presiding Officer, I sadly have a growing number of constituents contacting my office struggling with the cost of living crisis brought on by the Tories' obsession with Brexit and the disastrous Truss quartine budget last September, a budget which wreaked havoc on the UK economy that was already struggling. Now, I wonder whether the Scottish Tories still stand by their calls for the Scottish Government, to actually follow suit from that absolute folly last year. Also, my constituents want assistance, and I know that the £405 million being invested in the Scottish Child Payment this year, which will help over 300,000 children across the country, is welcome. In total, £5.3 billion will be invested in social security this year, and this is an investment in people. And I'm saying also the Financial Times called the UK, and I quote, a poor society with some very rich people. I mean, consider that the UK is actually regarded as the 5th richest country in the world. That's a pretty damning indictment. Now, I'm not going to launch into a debate in the class politics, but I'm sure that I can speak for the vast majority of my constituents when I say that at no time should the majority of the population be left to struggle as the trickle-down economics continues to fail millions across Scotland and across the UK. Now, my constituents will be shocked. They'll be shocked to learn that both London Labour and the branch office here in Scotland sold the jerseys when it comes to actually looking after people. Labour no longer want to scrap the bedroom tax. Labour no longer want to scrap the rape clause, but they actually somehow want to make it a bit fairer. Labour no longer want to deliver a progressive taxation system so that those who can afford to pay more can pay more. And Labour no longer want to abolish the House of Lords. Instead, they want to stuff it full of more of their cronies. This so-called party of the working class have turned into a Tory party tribute act to try to win votes in England. Now, the SNP, however, have a record of delivery in our devolved Parliament. With the full powers of independence, we as a nation could achieve so much more. We also wouldn't be under the threat of the Westminster Internal Market Act,
which any future UK government could use to limit the actions of this Parliament and also of this government. Now, I welcome the closer working relationships with the business community, including the £50 million package to support enterprise and entrepreneurship. Now, this will create new opportunities to start, scale and sustain businesses, and along with the Scottish Government's green industrial and energy strategies, will ensure that businesses maximise the opportunities of a just transition to net zero. I also look forward to the publication of the Addressing Depopulation Action Plan. Now, during the summer recess, quite a number of ministers come to visit the Greenock and Inverclyde constituency, for which I am very grateful for. I did have one meeting with the Minister, Emma Roddick, to discuss Inverclyde's acute depopulation challenges. Now, losing over 30,000 people since 1979 is always going to be a challenge, but with an older population and a growing older population placing more challenges on local public services, we have a need, but also an opportunity to do something to help turn that around. Now, once again, however, the dead hand of Westminster isn't helping with immigration powers reserved to Westminster. Now, once upon a time, even the Labour Party supported this Parliament acting to try to address population decline with Lord Jack McConnell's Fresh Talent Initiative. Sadly, it was the UK Labour Party who scrapped this policy in 2008 when it introduced a points-based system and thus got rid of a limited approach that actually was helping Scotland. Now, as Labour are now a pro-Brexit party, they see no opportunity for Scotland to deliver policies to help our population challenge, which is even greater now than it was when they were last in power in this Parliament. Now, I welcome the announcement about the bill on Scottish languages. Languages are hugely important to our culture and our community, and working to not only preserve but also grow our languages shows a respect for our past. But it's also an opportunity for more people to engage with our culture and traditions, and this clearly will have economic benefits across the country. Presiding Officer, I'm going to close, but I just want to say generally I'm pleased with this programme for government. It's got solid measures that certainly will provide a wide range of opportunities for Scotland, but also my own constituents in Greenock and Inverclyde. Thank you.
Thank you, and I call Pam Duncan-Glancy to be followed by Jim Fairlie.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm in Parliament because I believe Scotland can be a land of opportunity for all, where everyone, no matter their background, can fulfil their potential. But I'm also here because I know that it can only be that land of opportunity if we make it so. It doesn't happen by accident. For too many, opportunities are few and inequality is the default. That won't just fix itself. We have to fix that by design. It has long been my view that key to delivering that fix and the leveller for that inequality and lack of opportunity is education. When done well, it can break down inequalities, open opportunities and shatter the glass, class or stepped ceiling in its way. From the earliest years of a young person's life, education begins to build the blocks of a future opportunity. And when it's valued and nourished, it can do this through all life. In school, where we learn about the world around us, in college and university, where we learn to live and work in it, and even in the workplace or our community, when we learn to apply it. The opportunities education brings are endless. That's why I was so disappointed that on education, the programme for government was full of re-announced pledges and vague intent. From the earliest years, children are shut out of opportunity and families are being held back. I and my party welcome the announcement from government on wraparound childcare when it was first announced, and I welcome it again this week. But I also recognise that it is not new and still falls short of addressing the barriers so many face. The recent Audit Scotland report found poorer people are less likely to take up funded childcare because it's inflexible around the types of jobs they're in. Wraparound childcare has to wrap around hospitality and shift workers too. And recent reports found a decline in the private and voluntary childcare sector, where flexibility is often found. We need clarity on how the government will address that. A digital platform, or let's call a spade, a website, is like an offer from the 90s and will not address the structural issues underpinning the sector. Presiding Officer, school is a place where opportunity is aplenty. But just now, children and staff don't feel safe there. Most young people go to school to learn, see friends and to socialise, but there is a rise in violent incidents and it is detracting from that. Those incidents are few, but they are the canary in the coal mine that the government has lost control over education. The increase in lower-level poor behaviour shows that anger and anxiety is bubbling under the surface. Classrooms are like pressure cookers. Families are struggling to make ends meet, and the promised free school meals rollout that is now delayed by another 2 years in this programme for government. It's not too late, though, to turn this round, but only if the government acts fast, listens to parents, pupils and trade unions, and releases the pressures they're all under. That has to start with the SNP Green government at least coming good on their promises on free school meals, smaller class sizes and increased non-contact time for teachers. It's a huge disappointment that... I'll take the intervention here.
Thank you. I'm grateful to Pam Duncan-Glancy for taking an intervention, and as she rightly mentions the pressures that are bearing down on families, I wonder if she supports the two-child cap, the rate clause, the bedroom tax, and if she doesn't, which I suspect she doesn't, will she call on Anas Sarwar and Keir Starmer to drop them, because their position appears to be that they do support these?
Pam Duncan-Glancy.
I thank the Minister for that intervention, but I think she's aware that Anas Sarwar has already said that we will do all we can to ensure that universal credit and all its failings, including the two-child limit, is improved, reformed and delivers for people all across the UK, not just here in Scotland. I cannot also express enough my disappointment there is no mention of a transition strategy for young disabled people in this programme for government. A transition strategy was first promised in the SNP 2016 manifesto. 8 years later, we're still waiting. We cannot leave the futures of young disabled people to the whim of one government for one government or the next. And so I ask members across the chamber to support my bill to make sure this doesn't happen and give young disabled people the fighting chance they deserve. And speaking of a fighting chance, our colleges and unis need them too, as Willie has already highlighted. The further and higher education sector is built for opportunity. It's what they're there to do. But they're crying out for help and they're not getting it. They got a flat cash settlement, a cut. And then the first thing the new minister did was whip away the promised $46 million the government promised them. The only thing worse than not having enough money in the first place is thinking you've got it, planning to use it, and then having it snatched away. Lecturers were outside today telling us about the real impact of that. Their jobs are on the line. When asked to step into the fiasco, for example in the City of Glasgow College, the Minister has acted like a commentator, not the person where the buck stops. Universities are burst too, losing out on core research funding and desperately trying to plug the gaps in funding left by the government underfunding places. And we're still waiting on a replacement for Erasmus, 3 years after it was promised. In that time, the Welsh Labour Government has developed a scheme which has had 6,000 exchanges with 95 countries. Yet this government can't tell us what model they'll use or at what cost, far less get any students going abroad. Presiding Officer, this week's programme for government was a chance to fix all of this. Scotland can be a land of opportunity, and an excellent education system has the potential to level the playing field. But we need a government that's serious about it. It really is time for change. I know that. We know that. People out there know that. And I believe the government know that too. It's time to bring back hope, tear down the barriers that create inequality. And that starts by fixing our crumbling education system. By investing in education, not just making big promises, but delivering them. And by smashing the glass, class and staired ceilings to opportunity that too many people face, Scottish Labour can bring opportunity to Scotland for all. And I believe we will. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Jim Fairlie to be followed by Mark Ruskell.
Thank you very much, Presiding Officer. Presiding Officer, Ivan Key gave an excellent appraisal of some of the real positives in our economy, as well as some of the challenges. But last week's Fraser Valander poll around Scottish business attitudes to the Scottish Government relationship with business undoubtedly made for uncomfortable reading. And I'm pretty sure that the Government would also have been very aware of the fact that as a party in a government, we needed a reset, to have a reset with the business community to regain the trust and belief that this party has enjoyed over many, many years. Now, I know from my own experience of running my business prior to coming into this place, whether it was the farming element or the catering and food element, that the SNP were there for those industries and did everything in its power to help us to be as successful as we possibly could. And I've mentioned it many times before in this chamber, but the National Food and Drink Policy introduced by Richard Lochhead in 2008 was an absolute game changer in terms of the relationship and confidence that the industry took from the government. The positivity, and it was hugely instrumental in driving the big ambition and the success of that industry. And I've had many conversations over the years with Richard Lochhead and John Swinney on many aspects of how business was faring at any particular time. And I was always confident that I was being heard and the issues that I raised were being seen as legitimate and worthy of further consideration, even if all of those ideas didn't actually get implemented. And I have to say, and with all due respect, my experience of dealing with Ross Finlay and his role during the Lib Dem Labour years was not nearly so constructive, despite the fact that he was a very nice person to talk to. And it's perhaps for that reason that I found the poll so disturbing last week, because I always regard the SNP as being the party for all the people of Scotland, including the huge array of immensely talented and dynamic SMEs that make up over 80% of Scotland's business community. Having their trust is vital if we're going to continue a party for all that is recognised as being a force for good, a force for ambition, for aspiration and for entrepreneurial endeavour, because that's the party I vote for, that I campaigned for, and I stood as a candidate to represent in this place so that we can continue to represent and improve the lives of our people, our businesses, and be the good international neighbours that we want to be. One of the things that gives this party the respect and the trust of the business community and all our citizens is the level of engagement we have with the people we represent. Whether it is businesses, communities, group industries, groups, industry bodies and third sector organisations, these voices are heard and understood, and what's more, they all know that they are heard and understood. And the rationale of those early years made absolute sense then, and it still makes sense now. So I was very heartened by the programme of government content and the focus on engagement. When we read the responses that have emanated as a result of the First Minister's statement on Tuesday, it would be interesting to see now how the Fraser of Allender survey would read if it was being conducted today. Because it's a programme for government that makes sense by tying the aim of tackling poverty with growing the economy while encouraging entrepreneurship that Scotland is famed for, while having the regulatory burdens that businesses currently face, and business organisations are welcoming the approach. The Food and Drink Federation Scotland Chief Executive Officer David Thompson said, "It is positive to see the First Minister's commitment to work with the Scottish business to remove regulations that are no longer required and to ensure that they are involved at the earliest stage of policy development. The establishment of a small business unit is welcome. It is vital that our food and drink manufacturers are represented in this work to ensure that their views are heard." The Scotland Policy Chair Andrew McRae said, "In efforts to boost startups need to see some of the practical barriers to setting up in business removed. This includes childcare, so we welcome the announcement of much needed additional support there." He went on to say, "We are pleased to hear him recommit to a specific small business unit and a commitment to tackling the cumulative impact of regulations, including removing those which are no longer required." From the Scottish Chamber of Commerce, turning to our critical friend Liz Cameron, she said this, which I think kind of highlights the point that I made at the start of my contribution. Is government on the side of business? That's the question at the forefront of the business community. There is much in today's announcement that businesses will welcome, particularly the essential focus on inward investment and exporting. On the labour market, she said, businesses will welcome the government prioritising childcare as a way of supporting households and enabling participation in the labour market. The development of a new funding model for post-school education provision is welcomed for improving lifelong learning. This must be balanced with widening access to training and skills across all pathways. The Scottish Council for Development and Industry said, "We support the focus on creating a well-being economy, on economic growth and investment in childcare, which is key to enabling more people to access meaningful work. Implementation of the New Deal for Business recommendations will contribute to regaining the trust of Scottish businesses and strengthen the partnerships needed to unlock sustainable and inclusive growth." These are the thoughts of just some of the businesses and organisations, but that positivity is replicated across all sectors, from developing the green economy to tackling poverty and beyond. This motion is about the opportunities, and I am excited and delighted to back this government's motion as we move ever more steadily towards being an independent country again. Thank you.
Thank you. And I call Mark Ruskell to be followed by Pam Gossel.
Thank you. This summer we've seen across Europe some of the most extreme weather events in history. And it is clear, I think, to all of us that we do need deeper, faster action to tackle both the climate and nature emergencies. But I think that's starting to come through now with the work of this government and in particular this programme for government and I think the forthcoming climate change plan. I mean, today's launch by my colleague Lorna Slater of the Biodiversity Strategy and Delivery Plan, for example, will unlock huge investment in our land and seas not seen in generations. While the heat and building strategy led by my other colleague Patrick Harvey will address the vast scale of change needed to make homes warmer, cheaper and low carbon. And I listened to some of the criticisms earlier from Brian Whittle, but effectively what he's doing is describing an enormous economic opportunity as a problem. But what he fails to grasp is that it is the role of governments, to create new markets, to send clear signals to industry that there are markets that are investable and that can drive progress. And that is exactly what this government is doing. And to be honest, who would not want to invest in the heat pump market across the UK at the moment? Because it's clear that it's going to have an incredibly strong future. But, there is a need for let's say, a wider political reset involving all parties, especially after the wobble that we saw on climate policies across the political spectrum this summer. So I am really pleased that the First Minister has shown leadership and answered my call for a climate summit to allow us all to address challenges and opportunities together. Climate leadership and the desire for change is also building in our own communities. So I also welcome this programme for government, the commitment to roll out climate action hubs, helping communities to lead the change themselves, building up action programmes in areas like home energy advice. We know that a just and fair energy transition is critical to Scotland's economic future. Offshore and onshore wind energy and solar power will be needed to supercharge our transition, provide secure green jobs, and make Scotland a powerhouse of Europe's green revolution. But I want to highlight the role of onshore wind, because what has been achieved so far in Scotland has been truly remarkable. We've seen a doubling of renewable capacity in the last decade, led by onshore wind. But of course that needs to double again to meet our growing needs to electrify transport, heating, and to urgently decarbonise industry. But sadly, projects have been stifled by long waiting times for consents, while modern, more efficient turbines have faced unnecessary planning hurdles. So a new sector deal for onshore wind is very welcome. It will help to speed up the consent process and deliver more critical certainty for business. But of course, it is a two-way street. Where industry delivers economic growth, it should have a responsibility to share in the rewards with communities that host developments. And the wind industry also has a responsibility to work with government to deliver those supply chain opportunities, to deliver the skills, and to deliver the new jobs. We need that critical partnership. And the onshore wind sector deal will match the ambition with action, working in partnership with business to drive Scotland forward to net zero. But I'd like to contrast that with the anti-science, anti-green business position of the Westminster government, who have effectively banned onshore wind farms in England now for a decade. I mean, only 2 wind turbines were installed in England last year. That is an absolute disgrace. And it's wildly out of step with public opinion as well. You've got young people in England who should have been leaving college and university to start jobs in the wind industry over the last decade. But they've had their career dreams destroyed by the actions of the Westminster government. The decisions made today don't just affect current jobs, they affect future ones as well. So, going forward this year, we won't be taking lectures from the Tories about oil and gas, because while they scaremonger about turning off the taps and mass job losses, the reality is that this SNP Green government values every dedicated worker in the oil and gas industry. And we will not leave any oil and gas worker behind in this just transition. But given that nearly a quarter of our climate emissions now come from industry, that rapid and just transition needs to happen now across all industrial sectors. And sites like Mossmoran, for example, in Fife in my region, offer exciting opportunities for workers and the local community, but we need to get everybody around the table to achieve the just transition and to do it fast. So I welcome the progress that the government's made around Grangemouth, working with industry and the just transition plan there. But I would say that, Mossmoran represents 10% of Scotland's climate emissions. And then you've got the cement works at Dunbar and other point source industrial emissions that with the right partnership approach could be delivering change and decarbonisation. As the Secretary-General of the UN said, with climate we need to be doing everything everywhere and all at once. We can't afford to hold back on progress. So, I'll be looking critically at the Green Industrial Strategy and the work the government's doing in the run-up to next summer. We need to move quickly on all these opportunities. But, Presiding Officer, in closing, this is a programme for government that does double down on that urgent action that's needed to tackle the climate and nature crises, while at the same time delivering that fair and prosperous economy that everybody deserves. And I do urge all members, if you can, to unite behind it.
Thank you. And I call Pam Gossel to be followed by Audrey Nicholl.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I am pleased to support an amendment in the name of my colleague Murdo Fraser. I also welcome the language in the programme for government around economic growth. And I welcome that on Tuesday, the First Minister emphasised the need to work closely with local government partners to develop the local infrastructure and services required to deliver his pledges. However, I am disappointed to see no mention of the importance of local government in the government motion today. But this is perhaps not surprising when you consider the poor relationship that the Scottish Government has maintained with councils over the last 16 years. Local government in Scotland is all about making a difference right here in our own backyard. It's about ensuring our voices are heard, our needs are met and our communities thrive. But it has been difficult for local government to deliver on these roles when it has been placed under such intense financial pressure over the last decade. I have decided not to take any interventions. Why? Because the last 3 days we have been hearing from these benches, and it's about time now the SNP and Greens government listen. And that's something that's not a strong point, because we know from the short-term let groups and individuals outside that the Scottish Government refused to listen. So I'll carry on. Councils find they are constantly being asked to do more with less. Just to highlight, the Scottish Government budget has gone up by 8.3% since 2014, but the local government budget has not seen a remotely similar uplift. The SNP often pass the buck on to councils by forcing them to make difficult decisions about which services to cut or which taxes to raise. Recent warnings highlight that some local authorities may not even have the funds to provide statutory services will come as no surprise to many, as councils are set to make £300 million cuts this year. But this needs to change if local government are expected to help develop infrastructure and provide more services and help drive growth across the country. The Scottish Conservatives have long been calling for councils to have more financial flexibility, so we welcome the intention of the new deal to do just that. However, without addressing the chronic underfunding of councils, this new deal is merely a reshuffling of the deck chairs. In an attempt to improve public finances, the SNP are now floating around options to make households poorer by increasing council tax by up to 22.5% for around 750,000 households. Instead, the Scottish Government should be encouraging local government to create growth and encourage productivity within its locality. My colleague Liz Smith set out earlier this week, we desperately need a tax structure that encourages productivity and boosts revenue, thus creating better public services, not one that punishes ambition and enterprise. Scotland, under the SNP, is already the highest tax part of the United Kingdom. This shows that tax increases don't believe better public services. Instead, we need to see local government handed the power to drive growth. Let's give councils more control over the levers that can drive growth, as Douglas Ross called for in our recent paper, Grasping the Thistle. Measures like this are a surefire way to create more thriving communities. In conclusion, Presiding Officer, there is so much potential growth that can come from a reset in relations between local in national government. But to deliver on this potential, we need to see a restructure of our tax system, a focus on growing the economy and the tax base, and we need to give local government the opportunity to create growth and productivity.
Thank you. And I call Audrey Nicholl, the final speaker in the open debate.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I too welcome the opportunity to speak in this, the final debate on the new programme for government. The wide-ranging measures outlined in the programme will reach our children through policies such as the Scottish Child Payment and the expansion of childcare provision, our young people by taking action on the serious harm caused by single-use vapes, supporting traction for our renewable sector. And while the UK Government continues to squeeze the life out of human rights protections, the Scottish Government works towards the introduction of a human rights bill, all timeous and all much needed to mitigate the impact of the agents of chaos known as the UK Government, enabled by a sleepwalking Labour Party. Today's motion focuses on the opportunities the programme for government provides to grow an economy that has well-being at its heart. And while the notion of a well-being economy is a bit of a stretch for some, I am particularly drawn to the principle of building an economic system that operates within safe environmental limits and where success shifts beyond just GDP growth to delivering shared well-being for generations to come. Central to our transition to a wellbeing economy is business, a vehicle for innovation with the potential to accelerate positive impact with its partners, communities and governments. And for me, this was brought to life earlier this year at an event here in the Scottish Parliament. And I listened to a young entrepreneur describe the opportunity that COVID presented to him to shift his business practice to one that was underpinned by well-being principles. And he was happier, more fulfilled and more successful. And I spent much of the summer recess visiting many businesses in my constituency. For some, business is thankfully buoyant, but for others, they are struggling to cover their costs. Fabulous small businesses losing heart. So I very much welcome the First Minister's commitment to develop a new and stronger relationship with business and to implement the recommendations made by the New Deal for Business Group. And in that regard, I would ask the Scottish Government to ensure there is a genuine commitment to the recommendation concerning the review of non-domestic rates policy reform. And I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's update around non-domestic rates earlier, as this was a common theme raised with me. Turning to the First Minister's announcement regarding a green industrial strategy, from my conversations with industry representatives over the last couple of days, they recognise the limited powers the Scottish Government has at its disposal, but have expressed considerable optimism regarding the strategy. And they're also particularly welcoming of the changes announced to the consenting process for renewables technologies, having raised the issue of consenting timescales for offshore wind projects in this chamber many times. I know that this will be very welcome across the sector. And I note Scottish Renewables have also welcomed the Scottish Government commitment to its energy strategy and just transition plan in order that Scotland reaps the maximum possible benefit of a move to a clean energy system. I welcome this commitment, and as a North East constituency MSP, I have regular conversations with renewables businesses keen to move their investment and development opportunities forward in a space where nothing happens in isolation and many moving parts must align in order to support meaningful progress. And one of these moving parts is skills, which has been highlighted to a extensive degree this afternoon in the chamber. And again, from my conversations with industry, there are challenges across the renewables sector that we are all grappling with in terms of the development of our workforce of tomorrow. And I welcome the contribution or the update given by the Cabinet Secretary around the Talent Attraction and Migration Plan and also the Investment Unit, and I'll be very keen to hear a bit more about that. And of course, the North East hosts a huge breadth of creative work to develop our workforce, both within our fantastic further and higher education institutions, centres such as the Net Zero Technology Centre, and within industry itself. And I recently visited the new Hydrosun Skills Academy in my constituency and heard about their plans to offer courses to make to support people making a skills transition. However, only this morning I spoke with a North East renewables company who are struggling to recruit a project manager. So again, I'm very keen that the Scottish Government ensures skills development and workforce planning is front and centre of our energy strategy and just transition plan going forward. So I want to conclude my contribution by welcoming the commitment to the £15 million plan to support the implementation of Mark Logan's review of our technology ecosystem and the development of a blueprint to make our colleges and universities stronger bases for entrepreneurs. And I've recently been engaging with the Net Zero Technology Centre in Aberdeen regarding their ambition to develop an enhanced Clean Energy TechX Acceleration Programme as part of an energy transition cluster, and I welcome the Cabinet Secretary's recent positive response to my invitation to consider opportunities around this. So to conclude, Presiding Officer, I welcome the programme for government and I would urge all members to support the government motion. Thank you.
Thank you. We move to winding up and I call on Rhoda Grant. Up to 6 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. And before I turn to the content of the debate, I want to raise something else that I'd hoped would be raised in debate, and that's land reform, because it provides very clear opportunity to Scotland. The First Minister in his programme for government talked about bold and radical land reform, but lacked a vision for that, because just 0.027% of Scotland's population own 67% of Scotland's land. And that shows how much power and wealth is held in such few hands. Donald Dewar, in his McEwan's lecture in 1998, said land reform was not a one-off event, and indeed the Jimmy Reid Foundation's paper on land reform by Callum MacLeod really illustrated that. So it looked at the history, but it also pushed for a radical approach to land reform. And the Scottish Government have said that they'll introduce a public interest test when land changes hands. But the 3,000 hectare trigger is timid, and it means that virtually no land holdings in Scotland will ever face a public interest test. The community right to buy is unworkable. There's far too many hurdles, and it needs to be updated. And that could create huge opportunities for our communities. The Community Empowerment Act sought to put urban communities on the same footing as rural communities, but they won't receive a public interest test. So that's really important that that happens, because our towns and city centres are absolutely blighted at the moment, and they need to have the same powers within their communities. People like Peter Peacock and Mike Russell, who were previous MSPs, previous Cabinet Secretaries, joined forces this summer calling for a radical approach. And they were backing Mercedes Villalba's 500 hectares ceiling plan to have a public interest test implemented. And that's also been backed by other organisations such as Community Land Scotland, the Jimmy Reid Foundation, which I talked about, and they're both offering support for such policies, but also solutions to our land ownership issues. Just briefly.
Myrtle Fraser.
I'm grateful to Rhoda Grant for giving way. Can you just confirm, is that now Scottish Labour policy not to allow any land holdings above 500 hectares?
Rhoda Grant.
We are consulting on that. And it has to be very clear that there will be a public interest test involved. So if it's in the public interest that larger parcels of lands would change hands, then of course that would be the case. But if it's not in the public interest, where that is very often the case, then we would be looking to make sure that that does not happen and provide a dead hand on communities, both rural and urban. Can I turn to the larger debate and echo points made by my colleague Daniel Johnston, who welcomed the pay rise for care workers. But he was very clear that this is 3 years too late. Had they received this 3 years ago, they would be indeed much better paid just now. And another thing that slightly confuses me out of the First Minister's statement was he talked about that pay rise being for directly paid care workers. We want to see all care workers receive the £12 an hour and that be increased to £15 an hour. And it's absolutely affordable because we are wasting huge amounts of money on agency workers. That's lining the pockets of the agencies and providing care workers with twice as much as they would receive anywhere else. Jim Fairlie talked about childcare and its importance, and that was echoed, of course, by the Scottish Chamber of Commerce. And we agree that that is hugely important. But how is it going to be delivered? Because in rural areas, people have that right already, but they can't access any childcare, which means rural areas lose out on childcare, they lose out on homes, and they lose out on jobs because of that. Can I turn as well to jobs and skills as raised by Daniel Johnston in his speech, and the importance of skilling young people to be able to take up the jobs available. But not just young people, we need to skill older people. If we're going to have a just transition, we need to make sure that everyone is skilled to take up the jobs on hand. And Pam Duncan-Glancy talked about education and the importance that has of raising people out of poverty, and talked about the opportunities we are missing, the promises for free school meals, the promises on class sizes, the promises on the Erasmus programme, all of which our people are missing out on. The Scottish Labour Party is committed to having UK energy, which will look at how we deal with our energy supply and also look at things like the supply chain that Willie Rennie talked about, that we're missing out on ScotWind, and green hydrogen as well, that Brian Whittle talked about. Presiding officer, just in conclusion, this SNP's programme for government is of contracting ambition, not expanding ambition. Look at the A9, the A96. Ivan McKee even highlighted that about the lack of delivery. The Scottish Labour Party have a vision to transform Scotland and will grasp every single opportunity to do this. We'll pay care workers the fair rate for the job, and will tackle climate change and create a public energy company headquartered in Scotland, and will stay true to Donald Duer's vision to bring greater diversity to land ownership.
Thank you. And I call on Douglas Lumsden up to 7 minutes, please.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I welcome this debate on the programme for government and the opportunities that are before us in Scotland. We've had many good contributions to the debate, and I hope that the Cabinet Secretary is listening to some of the concerns heard here today and from stakeholders, many of whom I've met over the last couple of months. Indeed, yesterday I attended Offshore Europe in Aberdeen, where I met oil and gas workers and leaders increasingly concerned by the lack of interest from this SNP Green devolved government in the sector. Not one mention of oil and gas in the programme for government, and only a passing reference in the First Minister's speech. And the main message I took away from the conference, and I want to convey to the government, is that the hostility to the oil and gas sector is harming the supply chain the most. Larger energy companies are choosing to invest in other areas around the world, and this is having a knock-on effect to the supply chain, and it's that supply chain that is vital for our transition. We can't have a just transition from oil and gas to renewables if we kill off that supply chain. Only the Scottish Conservatives are standing up for the oil and gas sector in the north east of Scotland, and the oil and gas sector know it. I will give way to Kevin Stewart.
Kevin Stewart.
Mr Lumsden, I think, paints a picture which is entirely wrong. Now, we recognise that the current Conservative mantra is drill, baby, drill. But what we want to do is to ensure that we have that just transition. We create green jobs, recognise that we will still need oil and gas into the future. And I share the First Minister's ambition of making Aberdeen the world's global renewable energy capital. I wish he had that positivity.
Douglas Lumsden.
Well, what Kevin Stewart would have learned if he went to offshore Europe, I'm not sure if he did or not, but the actions that this government are taking are killing off the energy industry in Aberdeen. Without a supply chain, there will be no transition, and that is the path that they are going down. Presiding Officer, this programme for government could have been titled A Failure of Government, given the number of broken promises it represents. A failure to dual the A9 or set a timetable for the work to be completed. A failure to dual the A96. A failure to eliminate the attainment gap. A failure to build ferries. A failure to protect our rural communities. And a failure to grow our economy in line with the rest of the UK. I could go on, but time is limited, Presiding Officer. My colleagues today have highlighted just some of the impact that these failures have meant for our communities.
If you could give me a moment. I am hearing comments, some of which are certainly discourteous and being shouted across the chamber, and I would ask members to cease. Mr Lumsden.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. Maybe they don't like what they're hearing. We've heard, I'll turn to some of the comments that have been made in the debate today. Pam Gossel was right to highlight that local government is not mentioned in the government motion today. Local government is at the heart of our communities, but are often treated badly by this government. Stop the cuts should be the slogan for this programme for governance. No, I won't. Stop cutting libraries, stop cutting sport facilities, stop cutting vital services. They talk about early intervention and prevention, but these savage cuts to local government is making things worse. And that was a point that Brian Whittle also makes. Less public sporting facilities will mean more obesity and more cost to our NHS. Daniel Johnson was right to say economic data is stark. We are lagging behind. VAT-registered businesses are down. Job creation down. Willie Rennie described the programme as uninspiring, and I completely agree. But the most important point I think he made was no clarity to farmers on climate targets, and that must come urgently. As Murdo Fraser highlights, the Scottish Conservatives are the only party who are offering a clear vision for the economic future of Scotland within a strong United Kingdom. A United Kingdom that has recovered faster than any other European nation following COVID and with strong growth. The First Minister said this week that they are pro-growth, and yet we know that our wagon-tail coalition partners are anti-growth. The Scottish public are under no illusions about who is pulling the strings, and they know that it is independence that is top of their agenda and not the well-being and livelihoods of hard-working Scots. The programme for government is not ambitious. It's not forward-thinking. It does not offer solutions. It does not even offer a vision for Scotland. It only offers some mitigation for 16 years of an SNP government. Last week, the Scottish Conservatives set out their vision for the future of Scotland, a vision where we work in hand with the UK government to deliver economic growth for our country, deliver a national workforce plan to align skills to our educational opportunities. We put emphasis on lifelong learning and work with partners to provide more rural housing in areas facing depopulation. We will tackle long-term health, including setting up a network of long COVID clinics, an issue that this government has failed to address. We will review business taxation to ensure it's fair and flexible, and build a network of regional clusters of excellence to build international excellence in goods and services. This is how we will lift people out of poverty, caused by the failures of this SNP government. This is a vision for Scotland, but instead we have the same old, tired and worn-out rhetoric of our First Minister who has no ideas, no vision, and is just a poor imitation of what went before. The continuity candidate who offers a government continuous in its failure to address the needs of Scottish business, Scottish schools and our health service, A government that fails to listen to the concerns expressed by businesses up and down Scotland, whether that's our drinks industry or our short-term lets industry. A government that is lacking in ideas and vision and can only ever prioritise independence to the detriment of everything else. Presiding Officer, what we have seen over the last few days has shown the SNP Green Government to be failing in its duties to serve the people of Scotland, to work with the UK Government to bring investment and support our business sector, failed in its duty to deliver for our children and young people through better education and closing the attainment gap, failed in its duty to deliver world-class healthcare with 1 in 7 Scots on an NHS waiting list. This programme for government does nothing to address these failures, and the people of Scotland deserve better. Thank you, Presiding Officer.
Thank you, and I call on Mary McCallan to wind up to 9 minutes. Cabinet Secretary.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. I'm left wondering where on earth Douglas Lumsden summons the negativity to deliver such a closing speech. We've had a very wide-ranging debate today, and I absolutely welcome the breadth of topics that have been covered. But as Net Zero Secretary, I'm going to make no apology for opening my remarks by covering the twin crises of climate change and biodiversity loss, which are global challenges of existential proportion. And I believe that tackling them is the fight of our generation and generations to come. And of course, as I think Mark Ruskell reflected on, this challenge is not remote, it's not far off. July this year has now been confirmed as the hottest month in global records. It's likely that 2023 will later be confirmed as the hottest year ever recorded. And all of this is happening while scientists label a marine heatwave currently circling the UK and Ireland as extreme. And of course, we are seeing the devastating impacts of these matters. In recent times alone, a third of Pakistan submerged in floodwater with all the associated loss and damage. And that while drought has ripped across the Horn of Africa, spreading acute hunger, cyclones are devastating Malawi and fires are ripping through Hawaii. Last year, in fact, in a discussion with international colleagues, I heard of how low-lying nations are now creating digital backups of their entire existence and culture for fear that one day they won't exist. And, Presiding Officer, the injustice at the heart of climate change is that it's these communities who have done so little to contribute to the industrial processes that have caused climatic breakdown, but they're suffering from it first and worst. And that's why I'm very proud. I will in a second, Danny. Yes, absolutely. That's why I'm very proud of this programme for government's commitment on a delivery to our Just Communities programme, which will support resilience at a community level in our partner countries. And it's why this government will advocate for concrete progress on loss and damage at COP28. And I very much look forward to discussing these matters at the summit the First Minister and I will host with key stakeholders in advance of COP28. And I'll give way to Daniel Johnson.
Daniel Johnson.
The Cabinet Secretary for giving way. And forgive me for making a somewhat esoteric point, but we need to reflect on the privilege and advantage we have living at the degree of latitude we do and in a maritime climate. And in the future, we're going to have to think about that inequality and how we actually honour that as we think about the challenges that people in the countries that she mentions. And I just wonder if she thinks that we all should reflect on that.
Cabinet Secretary.
Absolutely. I mean, please forgive me if I'm wrong. I hope Daniel Johnson wasn't suggesting that we ought to focus more on the issues at home. No, absolutely. And it is a broader point. And I was just going to go on to say that as Scotland positions itself as a leader in international climate justice, we are also determinedly leading action at home to tackle climate change and restore nature here, not least through our cornerstone programme for government commitment to a climate change plan, which will look right across our economy and society with bold action in transport, heat, industry, our natural environment and more, and set a pathway to take Scotland through its climate targets, which I would remind the Chamber are still world-leading and which every single party in the Parliament voted for. And I look forward to their cooperation in the actions that we have to take to meet them. I absolutely will give way to Brian Whittle.
Brian Whittle.
I'm very grateful from colleagues for giving way, and we do accept you have world-leading targets. The problem is you keep missing them. And every time you keep missing them, it means our contribution to keeping it below 1.5 is missing. You can't have a target if you don't have a route map to get there.
Through the chair, always, Mr Whittle.
In that regard, I look forward to Brian Whittle's enthusiastic support of this government's heat decarbonisation programme when we bring that forward. I look forward to it. But, Presiding Officer, that's challenge covered. But where there is challenge, there is opportunity. Tackling the climate and nature emergencies is a moral and environmental imperative, but it's also one of the most significant economic opportunities that Scotland has in front of it. Opportunities, frankly, that other countries would dearly love to have, and opportunities that this government is determined to seize. Yep. And I do want to come back to those, if I can, conscious of time. But just before I do, I want to focus a little bit on that interconnectedness of climate change and economic prosperity, because just as the summer was punctuated with horrific scenes of fires, floods and droughts across the world, so it was, almost side by side in the front pages of some papers, we saw the unedifying spectacle of the Tories and Labour almost competing to ditch their climate commitments. Now, admittedly, the UK Government are starting from a low base. I think that's perfectly summed up by their perverse opposition.
Let's hear the Cabinet Secretary.
Their perverse opposition to onshore wind on the one hand, whilst they literally fight to open coal mines on the other. And of course their complete failure to compete with the US and the Inflation Reduction Act. And it's why I think the Scottish Tories have stood in the way of so many of the projects that we've tried to bring forward in this Parliament, from recycling schemes through low emission zones to new heating standards. So we might expect it from them, but it was Labour who've been shape-shifting and flip-flopping, and I take no pleasure in watching it happen. This summer, as pictures of climactic breakdown all around the world filled our screens, of people losing everything, up to and including their lives, almost side by side with that, we saw Keir Starmer and his branch office colleagues in Scotland lining up to systematically abandon what were once their climate
Cabinet Secretary,
commitments.
if you could just give me a moment. I'm aware of conversations going on across the Chamber. I'd be grateful if members could treat one another with courtesy and respect. Cabinet Secretary.
Interventions if they want to debate. This is the same Labour Party who have recently confirmed they now support the bedroom tax, they won't scrap the rape clause, and they are wishing to emulate Tory fiscal regimes. Gladly.
Sarah Boyack.
Did you add that one into the line?
Sarah Boyack.
The Minister is criticising us, yet we in our speeches have actually been calling on the government to actually implement their climate policies. We are not rolling back from them, whether it's heating our homes, our transport, our buildings, or how we use our energy. You know, this is just criticism that's just not good enough.
Cabinet Secretary.
I think I would just point Sarah Boyack to the £28 billion hole in her Shadow Chancellor's plans. Your green investment policy has been dropped. You no longer support ultra-low emission zones while the Scottish Government is bringing them in Scotland. And of course, this is the same Labour Party who have accused this Government of focusing too much on social policy, something which was absurdly repeated by Daniel Johnson today. This is social policy which is lifting 90,000 children in Scotland out of poverty. I'll give way one last time, but I'm very conscious of time, Presiding Officer.
Does she not recognise the fundamental point that you can only deliver that social policy if you have credible and robust economic policy? And doesn't it say everything you need to know about her and her government that she prefers to attack the Labour Party than the Tory Party? Because that's what we need to do. Get rid of the Tory Party in London and replace them. But you prefer to have them in exactly where they are, don't you?
Cabinet Secretary.
I think the
members, let's hear one another.
I think the 90,000 children that are no longer living in poverty because this government recognised that you can do both, Mr Johnston.
Absolutely. Can't have a good economy without a good society.
Up to 9 minutes.
Up to 9 minutes. Thank you. I'll shortly conclude then. Presiding Officer, I just wanted to finish with a point on opportunity. And perhaps one of the greatest ones that Scotland has is our energy transition, with oil and gas having been and continuing to be a very important part of our economy and our society, but equally as we stand on the precipice of a renewables revolution in Scotland. Of course, the question for the people of Scotland is who do they want to oversee that transition and the eventual benefits of it? Is it, as has been for decades since we discovered oil, do we want to continue to send our energy wealth down through the UK Treasury and see a pittance come back or a brass plaque on an office somewhere in Scotland if Labour have their way? Or do we want to take these powers into our own hands and make sure that the benefits of it are reaped in the communities throughout Scotland? I know which I prefer. Thank you.
Well
Thank you. That concludes the debate on opportunity within the 2023-24 programme for government. And we move on to the next item of business, which is consideration of business motion 10379 in the name of George Adam on behalf of the Parliamentary Bureau on changes to the business programme. Any member who wishes to speak against the motion should press their request to speak button. And I call on George Adam to move the motion.
Thank you, Presiding Officer, and moved.
Thank you, Minister. No member has asked to speak against the motion. Therefore, the question is that motion 10379 be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. There are 4 questions to be put as a result of today's business. The first question is that motion 10350 in the name of Humza Yousaf on motion of condolence for Winnie Ewing be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The motion is therefore agreed. Now, can I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Murdo Fraser is agreed to, the amendment in the name of Daniel Johnson will fall. So the next question is that amendment 10347.1 in the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend motion 10347 in the name of Neil Gray on opportunity within the 2023-24 programme for government, be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote. There will be a short suspension to allow members to access the digital voting system. Can I remind members that if the amendment in the name of Murdo Fraser is agreed to, the amendment in the name of Daniel Johnson will fall. And the question is that amendment 10347.1 in the name of Murdo Fraser, which seeks to amend motion 10347 in the name of Neil Gray on opportunity within the 2023-24 programme for government, be agreed, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. The result of the vote on amendment number 10347.1 in the name of Murdo Fraser is yes 30, no 88. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. And the next question is that amendment 10347.2 in the name of Daniel Johnson, which seeks to amend motion 10347 in the name of Neil Gray on opportunity within the 2023-24 programme for government, be agreed. Are we all agreed? No. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote, and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. I call Edward Mountain for a point of order.
Point of order, Presiding Officer. I'm afraid my app isn't working. I would have voted no.
Thank you, Mr Mountain. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on amendment number 10347.2 in the name of Daniel Johnson is yes 19, no 99. There were no abstentions. The amendment is therefore not agreed. The final question is that motion 10347 in the name of Neil Gray on opportunity within the 2023-24 programme for government be agreed. Are we all agreed? Yes. The Parliament is not agreed, therefore we'll move to a vote and members should cast their votes now. The vote is closed. Point of order, Pam Duncan-Glancy.
Thank you, Presiding Officer. My app wouldn't refresh. I would have abstained.
Thank you. We'll ensure that's recorded. The result of the vote on motion 10347 in the name of Neil Gray is yes 66, no 33. There were 19 abstentions. The motion is therefore agreed, and that concludes decision time, and I close this meeting.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Lewis McGlynn.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Saoirse Healy.
Hello and welcome to Broadcasting Scotland. My name is Donald C. Stewart. Broadcasting Scotland is Scotland's independent broadcaster, providing factual news, reporting on the issues important to the people of Scotland.
We are committed to public service broadcasting, and with your support, we will produce even more programmes.
Provide opportunities for young people interested in media production and broadcasting, and challenge preconceptions of what Scottish media looks like, amplifying Scotland's voice and reflecting its communities.
We can already deliver high-quality live news, and we will create the highest quality programmes for you to enjoy. But we can only do that with your support.
So please, subscribe to and share our channel or donate to Broadcasting Scotland via the link in the description. Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you.